A waitress came up to me and asked if I would like to have roast beef for dinner. When I replied no, pat came the answer, in that case, sir, dinner is over. A good case of conciseness. They were taught to be very concise. Nearer home, at a hotel in Baroda, then it was Baroda, now Vadodara, which appeared to be a great deal for the price. While being ushered into the room, I was asked to look around the room, which I thought was actually splendid. But I did notice that the shower head in the bathroom was constantly dripping. The housekeeping staff was called in at my request to inspect. He probably didn't quite understand what the fuss was all about. In utter consternation, he informed me in Hindi. I'm sorry for those of you who don't follow Hindi, but it's very simple. He informed me in Hindi that shower se to pani hi aayega sahab. Then again in New York one night, due to inclement weather, very inclement weather, there were no taxis. And I was already late for my flight. While it is customary for the hotel, the doorman to hail cabs for the guests, in this case, he couldn't find one. But rather than ask me to just wait and miss my flight, he found someone in a jiffy to stand in for him at the door while he walked almost a kilometer with me, carrying my bags to take me to a place where taxis could be found more easily. Needless to mention, I have since stayed only in that hotel whenever I have traveled to New York.
So you want to this is working?
And is the last one, the last one I want to relate to you. Again, in India, and this is in a small town called Siliguri in North Bengal, the gateways to the Himalayas. I stayed in a hotel which was the only one where rooms were available that night. I had to stay back because the flight was cancelled. While checking out, I had unknowingly left my wallet at the counter. Now, just as I was about to enter the terminal at Bagdogra airport, I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was an hotel employee who was put into a hotel car to go after me and to return my wallet, which I hadn't even realized was missing. Now this was completely beyond my expectations. And therefore, I have not stayed in any other hotel in Siliguri thereafter. And there's somebody here I know who owns the hotel. But I'm not going to tell you the name because I may embarrass him. Yeah? Now, the reason I shared these anecdotes with you, these experiences with you, is not just to entertain or regale you, but also to demonstrate the customer's point of view when he looks for hotels or restaurants or whatever. So next time around, when my turn comes, I will tell you what I mean by that.
Well read, Mr. Lairi. Well done. Okay, now I think we deserve to hear from a lady. Mahima, here we go. Mahima, right?
Mahima.
I'll give you the women perspective a little later, but the first thing that strikes me so brilliant about our hotels in India, it could be a very, very big 7-star or it could be just not starred at all, is the room service which is available 24 hours, the ironing service which is available 24 hours. Recently, a week back, I was in Norway and I was put up in a nice hotel. Around 11 o'clock, the event got over, and when I got back, I said, I'd like to order room service, and they said, we are closed, we take the last order at 10 o'clock. That's when you appreciate, our hotels back home in India. I don't know if some of you saw the WhatsApp. There was a WhatsApp on this guy hiring a lady, and she said, what am I expected to do? And he said, well, you'll have to work. So she says, what are my work hours? And he said, 24 hours, okay. If you're having your meal, you can have your meal, but if we need you, you'll have to drop it and attend to your job. There'll be no days off, no holidays. This is pretty much what a mother does. And on holidays, you have to work extra, which is what I think all hoteliers, restaurants, all of you do, is y'all work double when it's a Christmas or a Diwali or it's a 31st night. You don't get your days off. And you might treat your customers as gods, but y'all are like the mother figure. Y'all are always attending to us, and that is the brilliance. And absolutely, in India, you don't even get paid twice. I don't know about your paychecks. But in London, I was there shooting a film during Christmas, and 90% of the staff was off on Christmas. The hotel was silent. If you wanted anything, it would take you hours to get your meal. And the people running around doing the work on that day were all Indians because they wanted that double salary on that day. We went to a nightclub, quiet. Nobody's there because nobody wants to work. So it's in India that you really treat your customers like gods, because I know when I'm traveling abroad, if it's a holiday, they forget about God. And it's more about themselves. So that is something I'd like to appreciate about all of you in this business, is we come out and entertain ourselves or, want to be attended to, especially on these days off. And that's the day you're working the hardest. And that's something I really, really appreciate.
Great. You must be thrilled with what Mahima had to say. Cesare, now may I ask you, please.
Good afternoon. I believe all the speakers before me, they said that the idea that we have of hotels is the experience that we have had. So I believe that experience, some of also the speakers before they said, it comes from the details. I would say it comes from the smallest detail. And what I wish to the hotel industry in India is that the small details reflect also the diversity of India. So if I go to any hotel in Upper Assam, I don't expect a 5-star hotel, but I just do not expect in the morning when I ask for a tea that I get a random tea bag. I just want to have an experience of tea. India is also producing a lot of tea, and the detail is completely lacking. If I go to Sikkim, and I asked to eat momos in a hotel where I paid 12,000 rupees, I don't want to hear somebody telling me, sorry, for momos you have to order for tomorrow for dinner. I mean, this is the simplest, smallest experience that makes the difference from a hotel in Sikkim to a place in Kerala or in Kashmir. And I've seen that somehow this diversity is not always reflected in the hospitality. Because maybe the mainstream clients, they just want some dishes or some services or some kind of rooms, which I totally understand and accept. But I believe the beauty of India in general and of the hospitality is that you can stay in a palace in Odisha, beautiful palaces, amazing experience. You can stay in a houseboat in Kashmir. You can stay in a luxury hotel in Mumbai. But this is exactly the kind of experience that you want to have. And only the smallest details can reveal that. And these then will be the experience that you get of the hotel. And at the end, the idea of going back. Because if you simply like the hotel, I mean, I could give you the list of the hotels in India where I don't want to go back. Of course, and many where I also like to go back. And if I don't want to go back, it's never because of the price. I know some hotels I found extremely expensive, but because these hotels, they were not connected to the reality. And in a global world, you also need to reflect and to adapt to the local reality.
Great, thanks. Now, all the way from Thailand, Prisha. Your words.
Afternoon. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee who is the host of this event. Actually, I heard from our colleagues' views. I myself is not in the business, hotel business. I'm the customer of the hotel and restaurant. I very much like the word that here they put that guest is God. Yeah. Because but God never be our guest. Hospitality here is for the visitor is the topmost priority. For the tourism in Thailand, our tourism in Thailand is very much play a very important role for our economics. It takes about 20% of GDP from the tourism. This is very huge for our small country. Hotel and restaurant in Thailand, we as the host, here we very much, very sorry I'm not much experienced in staying in hotel in India because only 5 months I'll be here. But before, and so I'm here 30 years ago. The difference is not much. India is very much, the people is very, they have very much hospitality. I am very much appreciated for welcoming by this cloth. It's very warm welcome, this type of hospitality. And also whenever we visit any place in the India, in the temple, hotel, not restaurant, they put the mark here. This is the one that's unique. There is anywhere else in the world. This is unique. It will be, I'm sure, whoever who come to India and visit your place, receiving this kind of hospitality, it will be in their hearts forever. This is my experience. For Thailand, for the tourism, one thing that we have to pay attention to the traveler. Tourism, they come for what? For the leisure, religious, family, or business meeting. We will serve them for each of their purpose of visiting. In our country, the way that we pay more attention to the place that we have done is the first place that we give the very important thing is there, not the hotel. First is the airport. We think that the first impression is the impression is forever. The second place is hotel. The third place is restaurant. In Thailand, we said that one can never go hungry in Thailand. We can, if they get hungry, then they will be angry. That's why we try to have the variety of restaurants in Thailand. The people who visit Thailand, the first 2 days, they may enjoy the Thai food or kinds of thing. After 2 days, they will dream, they will think of their food. That's why in Thailand we have a lot of Indian restaurants that can serve you whenever you come. After enjoy Thai food, then 2 or 3 days you think of your food. Then we have very famous Indian restaurant, or my colleague, Italian restaurant, so it's very famous in our country. This is a thing that my experience, the first impression is very, very important in hospitality, in hotel business, in restaurant business. First welcoming this that I experience here is very much appreciated. This is my view.
Great,
So.
terrific. Well, just to take off on that, I mean, first experience is the airport, as you said, right? I live up in the Himalaya in northern India, and I came back to Calcutta after a long time. And the airport is vast, but only 2 carousels ever work for baggage. But I happened to travel on an airline that sent me to carousel number 1, and it was different. And I looked up at the wonderful posters, 20 feet by 10 feet. And you have the Chow dancers, which is, from Bengal. Then you have the Durga Puja, which is from Bengal. And next to it, you have a wonderful shot of African elephants. And beside it, a wonderful shot of African rhinoceros. Now you see, the first impression. So I, in fact, spoke to a friend of mine who's a journalist. I said, why don't you write about it? And I'm hoping somebody will take it back now, and these will be removed from Calcutta, so people from Thailand don't get the impression that we've got African rhinoceroses, and people from Italy don't expect, African elephants in Jaldapara. There. You had made a very interesting point, Subhashish, about prices in India. I've always wondered why it happens, because the hotel industry, as Mahima pointed out, they aren't paid to do the kind of hours that they work over here. They really slog. Over there, they have to be paid overtime. Here, these poor chaps that you see in hotels slog, especially the management staff, go 14 hours, 18 hours, and without, being suitably compensated. Our vegetables are, well, the prices of onions might rise, but they're not that exorbitant. People pay the people the exorbitant salaries. We don't give the chefs exorbitant salaries. We don't pay an awful lot for air conditioning or electricity or food or anything. Why the tariff?
I think that the punitive measures are the taxes are very high. Also the cost of real estate, I think, when you're building a hotel, I mean, the cost of real estate is against mature economy, I think, in Bombay and Delhi is unaffordable. Absolutely.
But don't you think it's a deterrent?
It is. It's hugely deterrent, I think. It's hugely deterrent. And that is why at a price point to service standard, I think if you index it, I don't think we are up with I mean, forget about Europe. And of course, I'm not in no way undermining what Mahima says, that obviously they don't work. But again, Southeast Asia, I mean, today I think every Indian goes to Southeast Asia for a holiday. I mean, if you have to choose anybody from Kolkata to go for a holiday, you'd rather go to Thailand or Indonesia than you'll go to Goa.
Yeah.
I said, why not Goa? Because it's frightfully expensive.
Yeah.
Frightfully expensive in season to get a hotel in Goa. But it's much cheaper to go to Thailand or Indonesia or Cambodia, and you see a different country. You, as Cesare says, you probably eat the local food, the local cuisine, and see the local, imbibe the local ambience. So I think, I don't know, I mean, I maybe somewhere we are getting it wrong. Taxes have obviously got a huge thing to do with it. I think we really need to look at the tax part in terms of a hotel bill.
Paul, what did you think of the comment about tea bags and stuff like that? When you come to India and you go to different parts, when you go to Upper Assam or let's say Darjeeling, are you happy receiving a tea bag, or would you rather receive Darjeeling tea?
I think it's exactly right. I think when you travel around the world, you want to experience the culture. You want the hotel experience to reflect what local life. So if I go to a hotel in Assam, I want a cup of Assam tea. I don't want a cup of kind of branded Thai food. Sorry, is anybody from Thai food? So I want that experience. And as Sir was saying, he arrived at the hotel, the tikka, the scarf. I mean, that's what makes things. That's what makes the experience special. Even if you're business and it's a slog, when something like that happens, it makes everything much more enjoyable. You can accept, the dripping tap.
Yeah.
But if you get someone who's making that effort and they're thinking about those details, then that's great.
Yeah. I went to a 5-star, one of the best 5-star hotels in India, in Delhi, on Independence Day. And on the lobby, in those gold letters that are put up on a sign outside the coffee shop, it said, in lien of Independence Day, no liquor will be served. Now this is a top-rated hotel which charges 20,000 rupees a night for a room. And somebody who's putting up notices doesn't know the difference between in lieu of, it said in lieu of, not in view of. In view of the Independence Day, no. In lieu of Independence Day, I said, why didn't you just spell it L-O-O? It would have saved everyone a lot of trouble. Okay, Gulshan, let's have you do a take on, what you expect.
Well, I think, as you said, that getting a local experience is very significant. I don't agree with that. The thing is, when it's a hotel catering to varied guests and catering to a certain standard, certain way of everything is put up, the local experience, you can ask for it, you can get easily, absolutely. You can step out of the hotel, you can get it there. I'm very sure in India, anywhere, you can get that local experience within seconds. All you need to do is pick up the phone and call. But I would rather say, what's really fascinating, as I said right at the start, is the small personal touch. For example, let's say I was, I spent a lot of time in Los Angeles, obviously references come from there. I was in Beverly, Wilshire, the hotel that you've seen in Pretty Woman. There's a restaurant called The Cut. I'm sitting in the restaurant dining, and suddenly Wolfgang Puck, the guy who owns hundreds of restaurants around the globe, shows up in a chef's clothing, and comes to every table, chats with everybody, makes it look like as if you're dining in his living room. He has had previous information, obviously supplied by his assistants, who this gentleman is. This is a famous Bollywood actor sitting here, sits down, makes some conversation, everything. It was really, really interesting, and I knew that he wasn't being just humble, he was being himself. He was truly wanting to make a connection with all the customers who were there.
Has that happened to you in India?
Doesn't happen. In film stars, the thing is, we can get a lot, but because we are film stars. I don't know.
Film stars. Have you seen them do it to anybody else?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll also tell you an incident. I was shooting in Thailand, and I carry a photograph of Durga Mata and Guru Nanak Dev wherever I go, and one side of my bedside is, I clean it up and put a picture of my gods there for me to pray. I normally have, where people don't know what this picture is, they push it and they put their table lamp back again, or they put their other accessories that I've removed from there. But in Thailand, I never met that housekeeping lady. Each day when I came back from filming, she had put flowers in front of the god, I had, so many such experiences. For example, let's say a small boutique hotel in Los Angeles called Farmer's Daughter. Everywhere hotel you go, they say, save the nature, if you don't change your linen, this, that, and the other. But you don't know how it is being saved. When I checked into Farmer's Daughter, they said, if you decide not to change your linen each day, we will reduce $5 and give it to your charity of your choice. Here is the list of charities, which one would you like to donate? And we'll make sure the receipt comes to you. It made sense to me. I said, I'm going to sleep on those seats for at least, let's say 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. I'm not changing my towels, at least till I feel that they need to be changed. And I want each day, give $5. And the hotel was also contributing along with that. It made complete sense that this is not just that every bath, everywhere it says, save the nature, don't change the linen. But they were specific. If you don't change it, we are going to donate this money to a charity. We have a list of 10 charities. Please choose, and we'll get you a receipt for that.
Shehzad, tell me, now in India, I come from the Garhwal region, where the staple food now is noodles. Okay? It is, they don't eat anything else. Noodles, you go to a wedding, there's the Indian section with 2 people and 1,000 people in the noodle area. Okay? Now you are unfortunately indirectly responsible for that noodle revolution around the world, right? What do you think about the different cuisines that hotels offer? Very often, I know in Calcutta, they had a lovely Nouvelle Cuisine restaurant that had to close down because people went there and began to share the food. Because it was so expensive, they said, I'll make that for 2. And you can't do that with Nouvelle Cuisine because you've got a tiny little piece. Anyway, so what is your opinion about the different cuisines that hotels offer nowadays?
See, I believe in India you should, there are a lot of places, as you said, where there are no tourists. So I came back 2 months ago from Mizoram. Mizoram is absolutely beautiful.
Yes, it is.
It's fantastic, it's green, authentic. The problem is the hotel. So, and in a place like Mizoram, I understand no entrepreneur will go and build a hotel. And anyway, you have to create a culture. You need to start bringing people. So I believe a solution could be a partnership, public partnership with maybe a big group, because there are already buildings. There are the state government guest houses, which are very good, but they're not maintained. There is no service. There's no idea. I don't mind to pay 1,000 rupees more, but I want a service. I want to give job to the people who live there. If you go to Kargil, it's simply, not only because of the other issue that we know, but there are some government guest houses, J&K government guest houses, where there's only one poor old man who doesn't know what to do, who cannot honestly run the place. And if somehow a big group will tie up with the government and start some projects where, these guest houses can be used, can give a service. These, I believe, will help a lot the tourism industry in general, because we'll bring tourists to different parts of India. And people, they don't only want to go to Agra, a lot of people would love to go to Northeast. Again, I'm talking about Northeast. The comment is, I don't know where to stay. And you don't want to stay in a 5-star hotel there. But at the same time, you don't want to be in a government guest house where the kitchen is so badly maintained that you don't know if you're going to be sick for the rest of the trip or not. So these kind of public and private-public partnership, I believe, is very much needed. I don't know if the state governments would be able to run the different guest houses. I believe that, some big hospitality group, they could do it.
There's some private people in Meghalaya that are doing a great job. Have you been to Meghalaya also?
Of course, I've been.
Yeah, they have some fabulous places. I don't know why you are not mentioning names, so now I've stopped mentioning names. Although the Taj will put flowers by your God. The Taj group will. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Interesting, small this thing. The hotel industry, honestly, in India, for example, the hospitality, Atithi Devo Bhava, is practiced a lot, honestly. It's practiced much more, although it's resonating. And the fragrance of it is being carried forward in various other countries. Not just because, one is a film star or one is able to get things done. Over here, they do tremendous. They do fantastic. Honestly, from my experience of around the world, hats off to all of you, the hospitality business, all the hospitality players, and you all are in the true ambassadors of the country. Because no matter, the governments can advertise about tourism, governments can make, interesting ads, but the actual people who are servicing, delivering, and connecting with people from across the globe are you people. So let's hear it for you guys.
Yeah.
Tremendous work, fantastic.
But these poor ambassadors are stuck. They can't travel. They're stuck and they have to keep up their values. And
No,
we thank you for
they
that.
are truly ambassadors, because every time I meet friends, they say, I don't know about the pricing. Obviously, as you rightly pointed out, a lot depends on real estate and taxes and everything. But the service in India is tremendous.
Paul, there's a huge thing about sports development now in India. And we're having, medicine is another thing. There's medical tourism that's happening, and we're hoping that with a few, champions that we are now growing in this country, that sports will become a big thing as well. More and more people are putting money into the Manchester United instead of over here, but, hopefully money will filter back and football clubs will also flourish, and not just cricket. How do you think that can be a focal point for the industry over here, for the hotel and the restaurant business?
Well, there's some very obvious kind of hotel winners from current sports operations. So, the IPL must bring, huge profits to the cities that host the IPL. And even, I've had plenty of friends who have come to India, visited just to watch IPL matches, just to watch test matches. I think that that kind of destination tourism is really growing. People around the world have more money to spend. You know, friends of mine in Calcutta go to the Caribbean to watch India play, go to South Africa. Friends of mine in the UK want to come to India. You know, every one of my friends who's into sport in the UK wants to come and watch a test match at Eden Gardens. They want to come and watch a football match at Salt Lake. You know, the biggest crowds in the world, and I've had to sort of educate people on this, are for East Bengal, Mohun Bagan. You can't get a more heart-thumping football derby played anywhere else in the world than that, and you can't get a bigger venue than Eden Gardens, and you know, and that's going to be a huge growth for Indian hotels and tourism.
Mahima, there's a new problem that's arisen over here. I know from personal experience, lots of ladies have come from overseas and been groped, molested, and they feel a lot unsafer today in India on the streets than they did before. Now, when you walk into the major hotels over here now, is there anything that you'd like to see more of in terms of how women are given more respect or looked after or just made safer?
Absolutely. I think Taj did it in Delhi in one of the hotels. One of the floor was just for women, and only women were servicing, whether it was room service or all of that. And it's nice, you feel better when there is a woman who comes in for room service. So I think it would be a good idea to get more women staff on, especially when I'm traveling with my little one and I have to go to an event and I'm looking for a babysitter. Some hotels, I call beforehand and they say, we don't have today, we don't have tomorrow. So I think getting your housekeeping staff to also do babysitting instead of getting a babysitter from outside. I don't know how many working women travel with their children, but I do a lot. And how I get my babysitter a lot in the Taj. I don't know, somehow they're very efficient in this, or they get a lot of women professionals traveling with children. They've got it right. Another thing which is very, you know, when you're designing the rooms, I'm married to an architect and I tell him this all the time. It's so masculine, the rooms. It might be something small, but just to have like a mirror which has a plug point where you can do your hair and do your makeup. It's normally the mirror is there, but there's no plug point. So you charge it somewhere else and you quickly run and then do your hair in front of the mirror. So if you can just have the charge points everywhere, actually, the bedside also now to charge your mobile phones. You should have a charging point everywhere in the restaurant, even on your chairs, I think. So get lots of plug points, and this one mirror is needed. Trust me, 90%.
Full length.
Not even full length, even if it's half. I mean, full length,
No,
yes.
no, saris. You know, you don't need to
But,
see-
you know, like with the plug point and great light, you need that. I just feel so frustrated because I'm told, check in and we are going to come and pick you in 1 hour. You should be ready for the event. And I don't know where I should look myself up and do my stuff. So, yeah, don't just think about the men. They have that shaving mirror which is there because the men can shave and it's normally very
That's for
high.
women's beards.
Yeah.
That's for women's beards, not for men's shaving.
And it's normally very high. And it just lights up very little part of your face. We need so much lit up, even the hair. So that, and the other thing is, you know, you have a lot of business travelers and nobody has time to learn the switches. You know, nowadays you have these electronic switches. I don't think you need to waste your money on that when you're designing your rooms. A plain on-off is great. You know, it takes me a while. Sometimes I go to sleep and I turn it off and it lights up from somewhere else. And then I run and I turn it off from there and by the time I get to my bed, it's on again. So those things are a little uncomfortable and you don't need to spend there. You can cut costs and put it all on the mirror. Yeah, and we were talking about women staff. We do feel much safer when you have women servicing you. The only thing we have is sometimes in some hotels, people come with the tray to serve you your morning tea, and then behind are 6 people standing because they want to take pictures. So that can be a little frightening sometimes, but that's okay. Yeah, but more women staff would be great.
Great. I agree with that. I'd love to see more women staff. I can't stand to see moustaches behind the desk. You know, it's really, it's usually unkempt. Gone are the days when you got a, special allowance to maintain a fabulous moustache. You know, there used to be a time when the services paid you to maintain a moustache. Now you look at the stuff at the lobby, anyone with a moustache droops, right? None of that. Only the hair is like a moustache now. There are some questions that have come in, but before I go there, Mr. Nairi, would you like to quickly comment on, yes, on what, the moustache?
No.
No. No. The ladies with moustaches? No. Okay. How about something about wines?
I just wanted to draw a few.
Tell us something about your experience of wine. Yes, sure. No. Then there are some questions that have come up.
Can I talk about concluding what I...
Oh, yes. You want to finish? Yes. You want to take that paper again?
No, I don't.
You found it? Okay, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the speaker after speaker talk about the attention to need for attention to detail, need for cuisine, service, and all of that, I wanted to, I told you a few stories, and there was also something about, that tap leaking, dripping in the bathroom. All that again says the decor is beautiful, everything is fine, but that little thing causes you irritation. So a lot of the stuff that I said sounds amusing now, but at that point in time was irritating like hell. Now, the conclusion that I wanted to draw was that, with this steady growth in travelers, and these travelers now come from a diverse sort of economic strata, and they're looking for different looking for different kinds of things, etc. I think customer expectation will always be value for money. So today, I think they are looking for everything. They want the best for the price that they pay or they are asked to pay, right? So it's value for money. So I think overpitching your property as world class and the best and so on and so forth is actually raising expectations which you cannot, because you can only afford to do, what the money is good enough for. So therefore, I think there is this gradation now. So there are budget hotels and there are five-star hotels and there are all kinds of hotels. I think you should be talking about state, best in class, not state of the art, but best in class. In that case, the customer who comes in with an expectation that I paid this much of money and this is what I'm looking for, and some of them may just be looking at hygiene, the hygiene aspects, reasonably good food, but not five-star food, and so on and so forth, they will not peg their expectations on what you have said. So that's what I wanted to say, It's become so competitive, the industry has become so competitive now, and the margins are at terrific pressure. You cannot really afford to compete on the basis of, whether you can give something better than what others can get for the same price. So the competition, a competitive edge, if you like, can be derived only on the basis of one kind of differentiation. Now, detail, cleanliness, all of this, housekeeping, that's a question of, it's a passport for being in business. But once you're in business, if you've got to compete today, it has to be entirely based on differentiation. And the differentiation now, and increasingly so, can only be in terms of, no. The differentiation can only be in the total experience that you provide. So it's the experience that you have to go for. And I wanted to end up by just saying that, back to my paper, that, as somebody said here, this Atithi Deva Bhava is something, the concept of it is very deeply rooted in Indian culture. Now, I'll just quote from what Mahatma Gandhi said in the year 1890. Even then, what he said is so valid today. And in a speech in South Africa, he said, a customer is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us, but we are dependent on him. He is not an interruption of our work. He is the purpose of it. He is not an outsider of a business. He is a part of it. We are not doing him a favor by serving him. He is doing us a favor by giving us the opportunity to do so. So, ladies and gentlemen, all I wanted to say that today it's come to providing the experience. Everybody is competing on providing that experience. So you can have brilliant facilities, you can have the best decor, you can have the best comfort, you can have the best everything. But at the end of the day, if you are not able to provide, if the irritants are there and not able to provide total satisfaction, then I'm afraid then it's not saying much about the hotel, certainly not what they would like to write when they return in the Facebook about the fantastic holiday they've had and put pictures of the hotel where they stayed in or restaurants that they visited. Thank you.
Terrific. Just one word of advice from someone who has to stay in all kinds of hotels, from football stadiums to five-star. TripAdvisor. I don't know how you guys even subscribe to TripAdvisor, because I have seen the most terrible institutions get the most terrific certificates that they put up on their wall. Now you can almost read that certificate and not go in. So if there's anyone from TripAdvisor here, please, for heaven's sake, standardize your quality standards, because they are really quite shocking for the average tourist. A bunch of questions that have come up from the audience, which are really directed at the audience. You're asking yourselves questions that we aren't really qualified to answer. But I think you've heard lots of people and you know their backgrounds. Should you want to ask anyone a particular question, I can pass this mic, or maybe we can send a mic down to the audience, please. Is that possible? Possible? Yes? Can they be given a microphone? They have one. Okay. So how many? Can you give me how long? No. How much time do we have for questions? No. These are here. Would you mind asking these questions? Because, okay, I mean, for instance, I can't tell you why they go to Pattaya and not to Puri Beach, because that is one of the questions. Why do they go to Pattaya and not to Puri? I don't think he can answer that, poor chap. He's only been here a few months. He hasn't been to Puri yet.
Mr. Banerjee, should
yes.
I still read out the question?
Sure. If you feel that, yeah.
Okay, I'm not naming anybody, just the question.
Yeah, sure. You can name them. I'm sure they don't want to be anonymous.
I'm sure. Okay, Mr. A. Talukdar, the Vice President from the Crown, he has a question potentially. That is, 9 out of 10 Indians choose Pattaya Beach over Puri Beach here. Why?
Can I give you an amusing answer? I don't think you know why. Do you? Do you know why?
I can answer that. I've been to both.
You want why? Yeah, sure.
No, for the obvious thing that he's saying, Pattaya seems like liberating. You can go with whoever you want. Isn't it, Victor?
Yeah.
You don't have to go with your wife.
Yeah, correct.
In Puri, it just feels religious, so you'll get a lot of people, who are in a religious mood, those kind of tourists. So you do get a lot. I mean, Jagannath Puri, I see pictures all the time populated with, this yatra that you have and a lot of visitors. But you'll have different kind of visitors going to Pattaya and going to Puri. So they do go, but it's different kind of tourists and in different moods.
It is just like Goa, in fact, which has the most popular beaches in India, also has one of the most famous Durga Pujas in India that no one's heard of, because it's called Shanti Durga, and she's very beautiful, very attractive lady with four hands only, and that no one talks about. So the next time you go to Goa, go for Durga Puja, okay? Right. Next question.
Yes, we have the next question for Mr. Prashanta Arur, who of course runs the Mango Hotels. And he questions, in an industry where disruption is happening on predatory pricing and when price is driving online purchase, how do hotels continue investing in quality?
Sorry, who's
Should
that?
I repeat the question again, sir?
Is it addressed to anyone in particular?
Not really.
Okay. What is it again?
Okay, in an industry where disruption is happening on predatory pricing and when price is driving online purchase, how do hotels continue investing in quality?
Yeah. I think Mr. Larry touched on that. You want to briefly answer that? Yeah, very briefly.
I think the answer to that question is simple. There is no absolute standards in terms of quality. There are no absolute standards, right? Quality is in the context of the class or the grade or whatever you pay. So you can go to a Udupi restaurant and have a South Indian breakfast that also could be high quality. But you can't say that this breakfast is not as good in quality as the breakfast offered by Mayfair. You can't compare like that. So you always strive to be the best in your class, right? So quality, where you peg your quality is based on what the customer is ready to offer.
What is the main difference that you notice between the American hospitality and the Indian hospitality?
The Indian hospitality is truly Atithi Devo Bhava. They will do everything possible, honestly, to treat their guests at the hotel, at the restaurant, really, really well. The hospitality in the West is of a certain type in which, as Mahima pointed out, as I experienced, my biggest problem is getting my suit ironed, getting my clothes ironed. I just check in there, I say, okay, I need this clothes ironed, and I come back and I want to have a proper meal in the night. I'm not going to have some soup or something, I want to have proper meal. Or there are other smaller things. I mean, you can say, oh, a laundry goes out at 9 in the morning. You need to give your suit tomorrow morning and you get back at 6 in the evening. These are things. Oh, we don't do this on weekend, things like that. So hospitality in India is definitely better. But yet, there are examples. For examples, let's say, there's a hotel called Beverly Wilshire. I keep mentioning that hotel because that's very prestigious, very well known. Recently, an Indian vice president guy called Radha Arora took over. And he changed the whole complexion of the business in that hotel. I mean, that hotel was packed. That hotel is iconic. That hotel is beautiful, right on Rodeo Drive. And the very fact that he brought a personal touch to it by just being an Indian experience in Indian hospitality. Suddenly that hotel was doing tremendous. So yes, there is something about Indians, Indian way of hospitality that is completely different from the hospitality in the West.
There, if I may just give you one sort of very broad brush, hospitality as we understand it, or the sense of honor as we understand it, doesn't exist in the West. It is an entirely Oriental thing. Yeah. People fly Thai Airways and Singapore Airlines and Cathay because it's always, we know hospitality, what it means. Our form of hospitality, for instance, if you go on the airlines over here in India and you see a girl, one of the stewardesses giving you things with two hands, you can immediately say she's from Sikkim or she's from Darjeeling, like Mahima is, because they're brought up with that culture. So our culture is completely different. We know what it is to have a sense of honor. When your child doesn't do well in an exam, you have a sense of honor which doesn't exist in the West. It's a completely different feeling. So please never gauge their sense of hospitality, which is much more practical and material than ours. Ours is a totally different concept.
Theirs is a little colder.
It's much colder, yeah.
Here they'll always say, we'll see what we can do.
The concept of Deva Bhava, it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's only in the Orient. And if you believe in Mr. What's his name, the famous historian, philosopher?
May I point out one thing, please?
Toynbee. He
Please.
said this is what will last. When the world ends, it'll be the Oriental culture that exists, nothing else.
No, may I add
Sure.
to this? Although the hospitality, in comparison to our experience of Indian hospitality, may be colder, but it will be in a restaurant, in a hotel in the West. If you say, I ordered this and this is not what it is, or the ingredient in this is incorrect, they'll take it back, they won't charge you. If you, after even having started to eat, and say, I made a mistake. Or I was in Milan for Formula One in Monza. And we ordered a glass of wine. And a friend of mine, I couldn't make a difference. And he said, there's cork in it, you know. The guy took the entire bottle away and he said, I'm not going to charge you. So there is a different kind of hospitality in the West where they will not charge you if they feel something wrong has been done. I don't know if that happens
No,
in
that
India.
happens in India, all everywhere. Yeah. I mean, in
Because
1970 in Goa, they took a bottle of wine.
They'll come and apologize. Sorry, we are not charging you for this. In spite of that, we apologize. We apologize. Extremely sorry. Except there's one new restaurant called Cafe Gratitude, which is, organic restaurant. Very interesting. They say, this is it. This is what we're going to serve you, and we are not going to make a concoction of whatever you're ordering, whatever you want. So their hospitality can't be compared in terms of human gesture and touch, but they will do everything possible to make sure if there is even a smallest mistake, they will compensate you financially, they'll apologize to you 100 times, and they're very courteous and very, very nice. Am I
Yes,
right?
Paul.
I think it's absolutely right. I think that, especially at 5-star level, there's no comparison between a 5-star hotel in India and a 5-star hotel in Europe or the US. I think where sometimes the Europe and the US do very well is when you get to the smaller establishments, the family-run hotels, the bed and breakfasts. When you step down and you really get to meet the owners of the business who give you that amazing personal service, which you kind of don't find so much in India. Once you step down
Like the
from
pensionis in Italy.
Exactly. And
absolutely.
and Italy would be the classic example where you'd go and find a family-run hotel, a family-run guest house, and have an experience that's beyond kind of anything that that employees can give in a way.
And I believe this kind of hospitality will benefit, as I said before, the whole of the industry. Because then the people will stay one night in Hyderabad and go to explore, will stay in Calcutta. If they come and they want to stay, have this kind of experiences in Shantiniketan or whatever, I mean, I'm not always very sure where to direct them. So the day you understand that these will benefit the chains, will benefit the entire industry. Because we need, in India I go from hotels where I pay 50,000 a night, which I don't want to stay, or hotels where I pay 2,000 a night where I don't want to stay. There's a middle range which still has to be, improved and more present.
There's another thing, if I may just add, this is from a personal point of view now, if I may give in one thing. In the West, you get hotels that allow pets. Now, more and more people now are beginning to own pets, and they have no one to look after them when they go, and they'd like to go off for a weekend to Lonavala or to come back to drive up to, some families have driven up from Calcutta to Puri and Bhubaneswar. Pets are, there's Prerna Bindra, who's written a book on tigers and tigresses, recently went to Missouri, and she wrote to me saying, Victor, can I come and stay with you because I'm carrying my dog with me because I know you'd be happy to keep it. I'm not there. So I wrote to a friend of mine who is running a family guest house like you were talking about, and sure enough, they said, yes, we welcome pets. So maybe it's an area that, a certain class of hotel, I'm not talking about the 5-star hotels where, it'd be a nuisance to have dogs and everyone walking around the place, but there should be certain thought, maybe now that should begin. There are a certain class of hotels in the suburbs or in the outskirts that do allow pets in. Good idea.
No, I was exactly about to say that because I drive all the way to Pune because there's one hotel in Pune that keeps pets, and it becomes difficult because we can't leave our pet, and even restaurants. When you go out to a restaurant, when you travel in Europe, you see pets, even in an open restaurant.
France is civilized.
Yeah.
It's the only country in the world civilized. They allow dogs into the restaurant.
Really, the way to a woman's heart is, the children. When you travel abroad, you feel there are so many restaurants that are so child-friendly, hotels. The minute you enter, they give your child a stuffed toy. Whatever children want to do, you want to do. So they want to go back to the same hotel. Even if it's the cheapest stuffed toy and you've got them more expensive toys, they want to go to that hotel because they can get that stuffed toy or that balloon in the restaurant, like TGIF and all hand out. So those things really work. Have more child-friendly gestures, restaurants, those characters. It just feels nice at breakfast in those places. Yes, there are enough business hotels and business restaurants where people can dine, where they don't want all that noise. But yes, children are one of your biggest customers, because wherever children go, I think the parents will go. So
And believe me, it's the rich and famous who want to take dogs along, huh? So you make lots of money from them. So believe me.
I just wanted to add one thing regarding the pets. Here, abroad, they have pet hotels.
Yeah. Yes,
So
they do.
people can
They
leave
do.
their pet
Yeah.
in the hotel,
Yeah.
and when they go out for vacations.
Correct. They do.
And now they have started a lot of hotels and a lot of restaurants which allow pets. I've recently, about 10 days, 15 days back, I've just come back from the US.
Yeah.
And we had gone right to the end of Long Island, and we were looking for a place to eat. And there were two restaurants which were seafood joints. One restaurant, my relative, he had a pet with him, which we had taken, a dog. One of the restaurants said, sorry, we won't allow pets. Then we went to the other restaurant, and they allowed the pet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there in that country, you still have a lot of value for pets, a lot of hotels, and a lot of places allow pets in that country compared to India.
Yeah.
I think we are far behind as far as pets are concerned.
It's a thought. I just put a thought in, that's it. Sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, or not namaste, or not in an Indian way, in traditional Indian way.
I think, sir, you should stand here and address them and tell them that. Because you're addressing them. I mean, you're the hoteliers and the restaurateurs.
If you go to Sri Lanka or Thailand, they'll welcome you in the traditional way.
Yes, you're right, you're right. I'm sure that, I mean, everyone's taken note of that. We all appreciate that. In fact, Thai ambassador here was telling us how pleased he was with the way he was received at the hotel. He was talking, even Shazare talked about the tikka and everything. Who wants to, someone wants to, oh, there's a question, yes, sir.
Some is overall experience.
Overall experience, yeah. I know what you mean, yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm Vivek Nair, chairman of the Leela Hotel Group and honorary secretary of the Fhrai,
Sir,
and past president for 2 terms.
could you please hold your mic closer?
He's the president of the Leela Group who has a question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Vivek Nair, chairman of the Leela Hotel Group and honorary secretary, and I've been president of the federation for 2 terms. And I'm I'm feeling uneasy sitting here because none of us in the industry is there to answer these questions. We feel we feel the bashing going on here, and we're just keeping quiet here. Most of the things said is totally untrue. Hotels are capital intensive. It takes a long period to break even. And somehow the person who gave you the idea that we break even in a very short period is totally not right at all. Secondly, hotels here, you say, are very expensive. We have built a hotel in Chanakyapuri costing 711 crores just for the land and 1,200 crores for the hotel. And we are able to get $300 throughout the year, with a similar hotel in Tokyo or Kuala Lumpur or Four Seasons in New York will get at least $800. So I think it's all, you can't generalize about things in India. And it's purely a demand-supply mismatch. Yes, I know when there's a demand outstrips the supply, the rates go up. But right now there's an oversupply in Delhi and all over India. So the rates are the lowest point of time. So I think you can't generalize, and there are a whole sort of many other things you said, but I don't want to go into it. But I wish I was there sitting on the other side.
Yeah. No, I think every year it's been, I think, sir, it's been changed this year for the first time so that you can hear a different point of view. Otherwise, it's always been the other way around. I think they've invited outsiders to be, so you could hear another point of view. I know, but I believe every year it's been the other way around. It's the first time that outsiders have been asked to give their point
and there's
of view.
no bashing, because the first thing, my opening statement was that the hospitality here, from the smallest restaurant to the largest hotel, is fantastic, and I've never heard a no from anyone. When I say, can this be done? And they say, we'll see what we can do, and they try and do that. Whereas when we travel abroad, it's like, oh, we don't do that. We don't. this is what we got. No, I'm sorry, we can't do that. Is there anything else you can do for you? And I'll say this, and they'll say, oh, sorry, we can't do that. Is there anything else? They'll keep asking you what they can do for you, but keep telling you that they cannot do beyond what is there on the menu. Whereas that's different here at home. So,
But the tariff is, I mean, you've had foreigners saying they will not stay at 50,000 rupees a night. It's really ridiculous in India. And that's taking it from a customer. Absolutely, sir. Right, anything else? Any more questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, at the back. Okay. Oh my God. What time are we supposed to end the session? Huh? I know. It's 15 minutes ago.
Good evening. There are no questions from my side, but I would like to say something about safety of women in hotels. There are EVA flows in most hotels today. For example, ITC is having EVA flows from 2004. There are lady chefs who look after those guests. There are toiletries designed for ladies, top grade toiletries. There are top grade robes provided for them. There are window dressing things. I think it's a matter of somebody trying it. It is happening since at least 11 years that I know. Another thing which is very pertinent about this topic of the day, Atithi Devo Bhava, we seem to have not talked about the food. In India perhaps is the only country where you can have tailor-made food, bespoke food. I mean, you can have Jan food, you can have any other food. We do have what we call service guarantees in our hotel business in all sorts of hotels from 5-star to low star. But all those rules, all those service guarantees are broken once there is a guest request. We bend backward, forward, sideways, each way to make food tailor-made to the customer. Nowhere else in the world.
I'm sure that's absolutely true. Everyone will agree with that. Everyone will agree with that. Right. Before they give you a closing statement, I want to thank the panelists over here on behalf of the sponsors for their learned opinions. You've been very, very gracious to the industry, and
I'd like to
all been taken.
Somewhere something, Sab, I'd like you to hear this. Somewhere something didn't translate it right. Right at the start it was said, this panel is the people who actually use these hospitalities in India, outside of India. If there's a recording, you should see that recording. Majority of the people have said the hospitality in India is far better than the hospitality outside of India. The financial facts, somebody like me, somebody like various others would not know that. We left it to the experts. But at the end of it, if somebody says that there is a bashing going on, there's suggestions going on.
I don't think you should take it seriously.
It's very significant to point this out. There is, all throughout, there is always being said that the Indian hospitality is the best. Atithi Devo Bhava is something which started here, which truly means here, and is resonating and spread the fragrance outside of India as well.
That's a quote unquote.
Valid suggestions.
Very good, very good. You said it.
No. There were valid suggestions that may have come from various people. But it is not bashing. It only goes to show. A statement like this goes to show that that can we not hear a certain suggestion, a certain way of looking at differently. I
wish the learned gentleman and lady on the dais would have stuck to that. Why do you have to go into economics of hotel?
Okay.
Price structure of hotel rooms.
Okay. I think this is not meant to be confrontational at all. So it's thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a wonderful audience.
700 delegates sitting here.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Thank you, Mr. Nair, and thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for that very personal, insightful, and interactive session. I'd like to request that Mr. Vivek Nair, CMD, to please come on stage and felicitate the panel, thanking them for their time joining us this afternoon. This is where the two worlds unite. Sure, they're coming up. Thank you, Mr. Nair. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for that wonderful first technical panel this year. Thank you, Ms. Chaudhary. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nair. Thank you, gentlemen. And if you thought that first technical panel discussion turned a little controversial, wait for the next one. This one is titled Taxation in the Indian Hospitality Industry, Challenges and Solutions. Multiple taxation has been one of the most discussed topics in the hospitality and food industry. This has affected the industry, impairing its growth and profitability in the last 25 years. We have with us this afternoon two of the best brains in taxation. And I'd like to begin by inviting the moderator of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, let's begin the next panel discussion. I'd like to begin by inviting one of the stalwarts of the Indian hotel industry and the Honorary Secretary of FHRAI, Mr. Vivek Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, the Leela Group of Hotels, to please come forward and moderate this very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Nair. Mr. Nair, welcome back on stage. I request Mr. Nair to please join us on stage. Mr. Nair, I request you to please join us on stage for moderating the next session. Mr. Vivek Nair is the Chairman and Managing Director of Hotel Leela Venture Limited, and prior to his current role, he was the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of the Leela Group. Joining him are the following panelists. Mr. Aditya Hans, Director, Corporate Tax and Transfer Pricing Services, KPMG. Mr. Hans is a chartered accountant with 11 years of post-qualification experience. And joining us are Mr. M.S. Mani, Senior Director, Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu, India. Mr. Mani is a partner at the Deloitte India Tax Practice and handles indirect taxes. He has over 26 years of experience in the field of taxation. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to take the informal discussions outside the ballroom so that we can proceed with our next panel. I request the press to please hold off on further pictures and conversation till the end, till the tea break, which will follow this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take a seat, ensure that your mobile phones are on silent so we can continue with the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take a seat so we can begin our next panel discussion. We have with us on stage to discuss taxation, Mr. Nair, Mr. Mani, and Mr. Hans. Mr. Nair, over to you.
Excuse me, can we start our session now? I could hear Param say that. Good evening, fellow hoteliers and restaurateurs and members of the Fhrai, ladies and gentlemen. We have a distinguished panel here with me on the dais. We have Mr. M.S. Mani, Senior Director of Deloitte, based in Mumbai, and Mr. Aditya Hans, KPMG, based in Calcutta. So that covers the entire gamut of indirect taxation, service tax, excise, as well as direct taxation, corporate tax, transfer pricing, And I don't know whether you know the new thing now. Yeah, that's right. So, welcome to the session. I'll make some opening remarks and then I can hand it over to the experts to take it from there. As you may know, the hotel industry in India is the most heavily taxed industry in the world. I'll give you the comparative rates. We had the World Trade and Travel Council, WTTC, make a study, and we found that the average tax in India was about 21% cumulative tax. That is, apart from the service tax, which is now increased to 14%, VAT at 12.5%, and the other excise, etc. Whereas in Hong Kong, it is zero tax. In most of the countries in the East, you have taxes between 6 and 8%. Though, of course, in most of the countries in the East beyond Burma, they apply a 10% service charge, which is distributed amongst the staff. So this makes the end product or service extremely expensive in the hands of the consumer. The consequence of that is we cannot compete with our neighboring countries. And therefore, even though our prices are competitive, when you add on the tax component, it becomes unaffordable. As it is, we only get about 7.5 million tourists to our country. And one of the main attributes to the small number is heavy taxation. So it's been a plea with the government to scale down the taxes. But unfortunately, the government at the center and the states feel that our industry is the one which they can, fleece, and therefore they go to whatever extent they can to extract the maximum from us. It was always conceived to be a pro-rich, elitist industry. But it's only recently, in the last 3 years, we demonstrated to the government that we're not pro-rich. In fact, we said we are pro-poor because the tourism industry employs 53 million people in the country, the single largest employment generator, at about 9.8% of the total workforce. And therefore, if any increase in employment has to be generated, it can easily be achieved from our sector. So the 12th five-year plan document, which was prepared in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and the World Travel Tourism Council, the industry body, envisaged that 7 million tourists would double to 14 million in the next 5 years, which is an absolute pipe dream, because taken 15 years to come up to 10 million from 3 million. So what does it entail to double FTAs to 14? We require 180,000 guest rooms more. It's basically the accommodation infrastructure which is required. And at ₹1 crore per room, at his average of 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 5-star deluxe, that is a staggering 180,000 crores to be brought in the next 5 years. I would say even 10 years will be an arduous task for us to achieve. And then our statistics show that if you are able to double the FTAs, then the total employment which you can generate in the sector can go up from 53 million to 87 million. And believe me, that's the number which is very attractive to politicians. I hope no bureaucrats here. Even bureaucrats like that expression. So it is very important that when we are looking for employing the newfound youth, those who are graduating from our colleges and polytechnics, that they find employment. And there's no other industry which can train people to employ in hotels, restaurants, and other related industries as the tourism sector. So coming to taxation, I think we have been involved in representations to the finance minister at least for about 25 years. And every year we take an appointment, we go there, and the earlier finance minister would see me and our delegation through the door and say, no, we can't give anything to you. You are the elite of the industry, so please go away. I don't want to name him, but the attitude has changed in the last 3 years, ever since the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh went to Istanbul for a bilateral agreement with Turkey. And when he came back to India, at the bottom of the stairs of his aircraft, he saw Kumari Selja. And in his tenure, all the ministers would go to receive the Prime Minister, irrespective of what time they arrived, in spite of him telling them sheepishly that please don't come, don't take the trouble. So the ministers are aghast to see at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning that the PM is asking about FTAs. So she said, sir, we get about 6.5 million, but because of the downturn in the economy of the US and Europe, the growth has not been what it has been in the last 10 years. So the PM looked at her and said, is that all? This morning in Istanbul, I was told Turkey gets 34 million. Can you imagine? 34 million compared to our 6.5 million. And half of them go to the beaches of South Turkey. And he said, what are we doing with tourism? We have everything in the world here, the Himalayas, the best beaches, the Taj Mahal, and still we can get only 6.57 million. So he asked for a presentation to be made, and by the time the presentation was ready after 8 months, it took 8 months to get an appointment with the PM for our tourism minister. So the new minister was Subodh Kansai, who zealously fought and got appointment. And the PM at that presentation was shocked to find that we employ 53 million people in the country. So, and we said we could go up to 87 if we got the incentives to put up the additional 180,000 guest rooms. But the million-dollar question is, where's that money going to come from? It's a huge amount. It's about $3 billion, isn't it? So, we had prepared a presentation as to what needs to be done in terms of incentives to be given to our sector to put up these additional hotel rooms. So one of the things we said was that hotels are very capital intensive. They have a long gestation period, and the then policy of banks and financial institutions to give us loans for 8 years doesn't work at all. It takes a year to get permissions after running to 30 different counters, agencies, and getting squeezed in the neck. And then 3 to 4 years to construct the hotel, and you're left with exactly 4 years to repay the loans. So this was okay about 30 or 40 years ago, when the project size of loans were 200 crores or 300 crores. But now you have projects of 2,500 crores and above. And how can you repay such huge loans in 4 years? So we requested then that they should extend the benefit of infrastructure lending to us. So seeing the 12, 15 different recommendations we made, the finance minister was there and Dr. Ahluwalia, the deputy chairman, in order to effectively put this into practice, he called his principal secretary, Mr. Pulok Chatterjee, to the meeting, and he said, I'm going to make you chairman of the Interministerial Coordination Committee on Tourism. So you personally have to drive the 15 agenda items. And he started taking meetings every week. And as you know, when a call comes to the principal secretary to the Prime Minister, the PMO, all the secretaries and others better be there, unlike other summons they get from other bodies. So the good news is that after he's taken over as secretary, a whole lot of initiatives have been done. The e-visa, the visa on arrival, is a result of that committee's efforts. One of the recommendations made by the committee was to rationalize the CRZ, which, as you know, from 86 onwards is at 200 meters. Our guests, we joke with our guests that to see the sea from 200 meters, you need binoculars to be provided to them in the rooms because they can't see the sea from 200 meters. So we have recommended that 100 meters is the limit it should be brought down to, which was the case till 86. And a whole lot of initiatives. So one of the important things we managed to get the finance ministry and the tourism ministry agree was that hotels above 200 crores of capital investment would be given the benefits of infrastructure lending, such as airports, ports, and they would get loans for a tenure of 15 years instead of 8 years. But unfortunately, when the Cabinet Committee on infrastructure met and the minutes got gazetted, they put a rider there which said that this benefit would only be on a prospective basis. So only for future hotels. And we had in the last 5 years about 20,000 guest rooms which are added. And you won't believe all of us are now either in CDR or ARC or stressed just because we're not been able to arrive at the debt service. So ever since that, for the last 2 years, we've been striving earnestly to have the word provided, prospective basis deleted. And I'm happy to announce today that our Minister for Tourism has just signed the cabinet note and sent it to our finance minister. So hopefully in a week or two, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs will meet again and remove the word prospective. So our entire industry, 99.9% of the industry, who are in a very serious plight, can refinance the existing loans by fresh loans from infrastructure financing institutions. Now coming to taxation, as you know, service tax is a big burden on us. There are at least 3 High Court judgments of various High Courts, starting with the High Court of Kerala. This was a suit filed by the Southern Kerala Hoteliers Association, which took the stand that service tax is unconstitutional and invalid because on the same room tariff, the central government charges service tax and even the state government charges luxury tax. So about 2.5 years ago, the single judge of the Kerala High Court agreed with that view and said, yes, service tax is illegal. The government took 1.5 years to even make a written submission against that in the division bench, intentionally so that they can keep charging service tax. And even the DB also upheld the verdict of the single bench. That's been the case in 2 or 3 other cases, 2 or 3 other high courts. But intentionally they want to delay that. They don't want to appeal against that in the Supreme Court because the more they delay, they can continue to charge service tax. We have taken this matter up with the Secretary of Revenue and the Finance Minister umpteen times, but they always say we'll look into the matter, but crores of rupees from us hoteliers have been given to the exchequer in spite of courts having said that this is illegal. So that's about service tax. And then we have excise duty on liquor, which is a major problem. Kerala charges 100% excise duty on liquor. On one hand, we hoteliers and restaurateurs can import liquor on our Serve from India scheme licenses based on 10% of the total net foreign exchange earnings. Now, in spite of that, the liquor comes on zero duty to us, but the states take advantage of that, and Kerala charges 100%. Other states charge between 30 to 80%. So the whole effect of giving duty-free liquor to the hotels is nullified. In fact, there have been various complaints made to the World Trade Organization by various countries saying that's an illegal practice, especially those countries who export wines to India. For example, like France and Italy and Australia. But that's something we have to live with, and the whole idea of making it duty-free is to make liquor affordable in our bars. You may recall about 10, 12 years ago, the liquor in our bars was the most expensive in the world because the import duty we had to pay was 410%. So it came down right from 410% to 0%. And at that time, also it was the Commerce and Law Minister, Mr. Jaitley, who accepted our point of view and said that you already earn foreign exchange, so why not alcoholic beverages be included? So that's as far as the excise duty goes. The banquet duties on banquets are the highest. It's almost 42%. There is VAT on the food, as well as other charges. For example, in Mumbai, we had to get special permissions for specific banquets to be held. So for every function, you've got to send people to the collector's office to get permission. So overall, the burden of taxation is indeed very difficult. And as you know, the GST is supposed to be applicable in the next few months, goods and service tax. So we have made a passionate plea that we should not be in the highest category, which may be around 20 to 22%. So we have said we should be in the 8% category if we are to compete with our other destinations in the East. We have had several meetings with the Finance Minister and the Secretary, and the new chairman of the committee, the GST committee, Mr. K.M. Mani, who's from Kerala, so I could converse with him in Malayalam. So let's see what they do, because we are fighting for the 8% charge under the GST regime. Now, I'll give the mic on to Mr. Mani. He can throw some light on some matters.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Nair. Thank you, Mr. Nair. I was sitting in the audience in the previous session, and what was going on in my mind was, with all the celebrities that most of you would have seen on stage, discussing interesting issues such as having a hotel for dogs and having your clothes ironed and so many other things. I was just wondering if the next session is going to be on tax, and if I'm going to be speaking on tax, people are completely going to hate me, because I don't think any one of us here are, I certainly am not like Gulshan Grover, and I'm sure my co-panelist is not like Mahima Chaudhary either. So I was just wondering what we do to overcome that. But strangely, to my utter surprise, I realized when one of the panelists said, when he was asked, I think it was Mr. Ganguly, when he was asked what is the problem that you see Indian hotels having, first thing which popped out of his mouth was tax. And that is when I realized that yes, there is a need to discuss tax. I was also apprehensive because few days back, most of you must be aware that many of the Western universities, the management schools, which are very reputed, they keep conducting various kinds of surveys. Do you sleep on right side of bed, left side of bed? Do you get up on left side? What do you do? So they keep doing crazy stuff. So, and advance apologies to all the, women in this group. Please don't feel offended with what I'm going to say. So it's just an anecdote. They did a survey which asked them to rate the most hated phrase in the world. Now, phrase typically means a collection of words. It's not one word. And there were around some 20,000 respondents all over the world. They tabulated the answer and all. And finally, they came to the conclusion that the most hated phrase worldwide, not in India, was mother-in-law. Now, when this survey happened, it struck somebody that they could do a similar survey for what is the most hated word in the world. And word is one word. It's not three words together. And not unsurprisingly, the top two items which were competing for attention, one was Hitler, other was tax. So tax universally is so hated and so disliked that I am really surprised that on day one of the convention, as the second item, after so many glamorous people on stage, we are discussing tax. So it does give me a bit of reassurance, because that's how I earn my bread and butter. So I hope to have a job for a long time in future. Now, coming to what Mr. Nair mentioned in terms of the difficulties that the hotel industry or the hospitality business faces in terms of the various taxes. Now, it is genuinely a difficulty for the sector as a whole, and what I propose to do is maybe take 5 minutes to discuss why is it that we have the present difficulties. Because sometimes what happens is, if we understand the reason as to why we are facing a difficulty, it helps us in understanding the complexity of the problem and also finding solutions to the problem. So the why of anything is very, very critical. Let us understand why we have so many challenges. One significant reason why the hospitality business has got so many challenges arises from the fact that you are subjected to multiple indirect taxes. So you are subjected to a VAT, you are also subjected to a service tax. If you are in the bakery business in a hotel, you are also subjected to an excise duty. Customs duty in any case is applicable whenever you import products from abroad. And you are also indirectly subjected to state excise duty, which applies to alcoholic beverages. The fundamental problem is each of these taxes have been levied at a certain point of time in the past, and we are continuing with those taxes even now. Now, when these taxes were imposed and levied, the state of the country or the state of the trade and industry or the state of business was entirely different. To give you an illustration, central excise duty, which is a tax which is continuing to be levied, this is levied on manufacture of goods in India. Some of you may be surprised as to how this tax originated. This tax is a pre-independence tax. It originated in 1942, and it was originally called Central Excise and Salt Act. The primary purpose was to tax production of salt in India, which the British wanted to impose. That led to Salt Satyagraha and Dandi March. Subsequent to that, when we had a new government in 1947, they prohibited imposition of an excise duty on tax, but what they did is they added few more products, then few more products got added. Now this tax continues to be a tax levied even today. Now if a tax levy has been introduced in 1942 and it has to continue in 2015, imagine how the sections will look, how the provisions will look, what would be the language used then, what would be the language used today. Similarly, when you look at a service tax, this is a tax which was introduced in 1994, which compared to excise does not seem to be too far back, but is still 21 years ago. Now, how was the country 21 years back? Did we have online bookings? Did we have people visiting TripAdvisor before they decided which property they would save? Did we have the boom in the hospitality business that we are seeing today? Could we book an air ticket at that point of time on our own without going to a travel agent? So when you have a legislation which has been formed at a certain period of the country's economic development, and when you try to introduce those laws and impose those laws at a subsequent stage without amending them, that is where we have all kinds and all sorts of problems. A very fundamental question which Mr. Nair said was in respect of service tax. He mentioned the issue in respect of the Kerala High Court decision, where the issue before the court was, is service tax a constitutional levy on a hotel? And what was argued at that point of time was whether the levy of service tax on hotels is constitutional or not. And the hotel answered in the negative by saying that since the hospitality business or the hotel business was already subjected to a state tax, a central levy is infringing upon the rights of the state. But that is the way the question was framed and that is the way the answer was given. Turn this around, we had a similar question which came up a year and a half back before the Mumbai High Court. The issue before the Mumbai High Court was worded very differently. They were not asked on whether it is extra constitutional, whether the central government has the power to levy a service tax on hotels or not. Before the Mumbai High Court bench, the question was, are hotels levying services on which a service tax levy is justified? This was the question. And to this question, the Mumbai High Court answered in the affirmative. And they said, the primary purpose of a hotel is to levy a service. And therefore, if there is a levy of service tax on the services provided by a hotel, we think it's fine. So we today have a situation where we have one High Court which says the levy is unconstitutional, another High Court which says the levy is fine. Now, what do you do as trade and industry? So, and this is a question again which we face very often. If there is a decision by Kerala High Court, does it apply only to business and trade in Kerala? Does it have an all India application? If there is a decision of Mumbai High Court which has said that the levy of service tax on hotels is fine because hotels do provide a service, Should all the hotels in Maharashtra be covered by that? In which case, what happens to hotels which are located in Gujarat, where there is no decision? So should Gujarat follow the Maharashtra decision by saying Mumbai is closer to Gujarat? Kerala to bahut dur hai. Should they do that? Or should somebody say that any High Court decision has got the power of law all over the country? We do not have a settled position on that. And that is what is making it very, very vexatious. In addition, what happens to all the indirect taxes like service tax and VAT is that in your business, you are expected to levy it from the customer since it is an indirect tax. It's not a tax on your business. It's a tax on your transaction, and your transaction is with your customer. Since it is a transaction with your customer, you are necessarily required to collect it from a customer. Because if you don't collect it from a customer today, and after 5 years, some court or tribunal rules against you, then you will be required to pay it out of a pocket. So when it comes to indirect taxes, normally the recommendation is play safe, collect the tax from the customer and pay it to the government. Because if you do not collect the tax or take an aggressive view on the tax, because it is pending interpretation, pending High Court, pending Supreme Court, the indirect tax has got an effect in future of becoming a tax on your profits if it is not collected now. Now when you collect it, you end up increasing the price of goods and services. Now that is the unfortunate consequence of the tax. In this context again, what we have to bear in mind is we have 30 different courts in India, 30 different high courts in India. So we have a judiciary which is very, very evolved. We have got tribunals which are there for VAT separately and for service tax separately in various cities. Now with so many courts and so many tribunals, there are going to be different kind of interpretations of the law. Now when you do all of those, you will end up having situations where in order to run your business, you may be wondering on should I charge tax, should I not charge tax, where normally what we say is till the tax remains a legal levy, the best recourse, as Mr. Nair said, is to lobby with the government and tell the government that we need a change in the tax law in order to ensure that the industry thrives. And if the industry thrives, the government will get more tax collections. But if there is a law which is going against the interest of the industry, and if you do not charge that tax to your customer, just bear in mind that you will in any case be required to pay that to the government. Because being an indirect tax, whether you have charged it or recovered it from the customer or not, does not determine whether you are required to pay it to the government. Your liability to pay to the government comes from a different section, and your ability to charge it to the customer is from a different rule. And these can't be read together. So to sum up, what I would like to say is when you deal with indirect taxes, while the tax may impose a lot of hardship, certainly it does. Some of the indirect taxes again don't make any kind of sense at all. The better recourse, as you seem to have been doing based on what Mr. Nair said, is to take up the issues with the government and get that resolved. Yeah, Mr. Nair?
Hi. So thanks Mr. Mani for covering the indirect tax aspects pretty well. Well, we all acknowledge that indirect tax has its, in indirect tax, there are a multitude of taxes. And as rightly said by Mr. Mani, that it's got probably every taxation, VAT, service tax, luxury, entertainment tax, excise, state excise, probably everything is there. So probably one of the very few industries where every source of indirect tax is levied. But if I just quickly jump into the corporate tax, because if I remember Mr. Ganguly, he said there are two things. One is the taxes are very high. So you pass on the taxes to the customer or actually you partly absorb part of it. But what happens is that once you have the profits, are the profits adequate to recover the capital cost, the interest cost, the operational cost? So that question comes. Eventually you borrowed funds from the market. Will you be able to repay those loans? Will you be able to pay the interest costs? And that's what's happening. That's where the hotel industry is bleeding. And as rightly highlighted Mr. Nair, today probably a very good project will cost something around 2,500 crores. With that kind of money being required, you need investors. And as highlighted by Mr. Nair, that infrastructure lending is probably the regulations for infrastructure lending being relaxed. That's going to be a sense of relief. But there's one more thing which has been coming and which is started getting built up from 2013. There were some more amendments in 2014, then in 15 there are more clarifications, and some more clarifications which are coming up is the REIT and the InvIT structure. So this is something which the industry should watch out for, because if I look at the hotel industry has, if I break the income is broken into two parts. One is the lease rental income. So if I break, say $100 is recovered from the customer, say $40, $50 or $60 goes towards the operational cost. With the $40 or $50 which is left, you pay the lease rentals, and what else do? You have the operating management charges. So now you can actually unlock the two and ask investors to participate in the lease rental component of it. So this is something which the government is bringing in. It was earlier only for the real estate sector. Now they've extended it to infrastructure sector. But the only thing is, what is the hitch out here is that FDI is still not permitted till now. So what could happen eventually is that, say a hotelier who builds up a property and he wants to unlock value of the property. What he can do is he can put the hotel property into a trust and have investors subscribe to the bonds of these trusts. And he could bring down his shareholding as low as 25%. And by way of that, what happens is that he can focus mainly on the operating of the hotel, and you have investors from overseas who just want fixed rental income, and their expectations would not be as high as the Indian banks of 12%, 13%. They would be happy with a very moderate return. So you can have them participate in this whole process. So this is something which is coming up. And I see it happening in the next 6 months. That's going to be a new source of funding for the hotel hospitality sector. That's one thing which I wanted to bring to notice. Well, tax holidays, the government has made it very clear. These are things which are going out. It's planning to bring down the tax rate from 30 to 25 over the next 5 years. And it's also wanting to phase out the tax holidays. So the 80 IAs which were for hotels in the Northeast is going to get the sunset clause in 2017. Well, we did make representations to the government that will you bring some more incentives, tax holidays on the profits earned by the hoteliers. So the answer was clear, no. They said that it's better to bring down the rate of taxation to 25% and not bring in any more incentives. So there is a small incentive which is there. That's more on the investment, not on the profits. That is in the section 35AD. But practically purposes, what does that section say? That section says that if you have built a property, you can claim the whole of it depreciation in the first year. But what's the use? The gestation period is so long, you don't make profits for the first 7 to 8 years. So if you ask me from an indirect tax perspective, from a corporate tax perspective, there's not much which is happening. Indirect tax, the pain point has been there. It's nothing new. It's been there for many years. But yes, as far as the funding is concerned, as Nair rightly highlighted, the infrastructure funding is going to get relaxed. The REIT and InvIT structures, by way you can get foreign funds to invest in the property. These things will actually be a balm on the hospitality sector.
Before we finish, I'd like to bring out one absurd tax we have in Mumbai called the property tax. The property tax in Mumbai is levied based on your star rating. So if you have a 5-star rating, that is twice than that of a 3-star rating. So that has led to most of us hoteliers not asking for ratings in Mumbai. Can you imagine? We don't want to go for classification anymore. Thank you. That's the state of taxation in the country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nair, anybody would like to sum up? Would you like to sum up the session?
Yeah, no, I'll just... I think I just want to make a mention of the fact that most of the indirect tax issues which are there now are expected to be resolved once we have GST in the country. And when you look at GST, I'm sure most of you would be familiar with what the government has been doing and what is expected from GST. I interact very closely with various government agencies and bodies who are involved in GST, on the IT part of GST, on the legislation part of GST, and all of those. Now, arising from all those interactions, there are two specific things that I have noticed normally. See, generally in our country, whenever government tries to do something, automatically all of us tend to become cynical. So I think cynicism and being Indian, I would say, goes hand in hand. More so when it comes to something which the government is trying to do, even more so when it relates to tax. So my first suggestion is, please don't be cynical of GST. It is going to be very, very good for the hospitality sector. The second point is, when you look at GST, please do not look at it merely from a rate perspective. Now, you may be entitled to an 8% rate or a 14% rate or a 20% rate, which the government decides. But over and above the rate, there are many other things which are good for the hospitality business in GST. Your ability to take credits, for instance, will improve significantly. Compliance will become much, much easier. The manner in which you go about doing your pricing will completely undergo a change. So there are many good things which are expected to happen when GST comes on board. And this is possibly the right time, which I'm sure you are doing, is to interact with various stakeholders and ensure that your suggestions are heard. If you make your suggestions to the appropriate authorities, there is every chance that they will consider it and they will incorporate all of those suggestions in the legislation as well. Final words.
So would you like to offer a few words of summary? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nair. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Thank you, Mr. Mani. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that wonderful panel on taxation. I request Mr. Manveer Chaudhary to please come on stage and felicitate the moderator and the come on stage and felicitate the panelists. Mr. Love Malhotra. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Nair, Mr. Hansen, Mr. Mani, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that wonderful panel. Short but insightful. Thank you, Mr. Malhotra, and thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to invite you to the inauguration of the exhibition, which is taking place at the basement at 5:30 p.m. this afternoon. The Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, will be inaugurating this exhibition. We will now take a 15-minute break, and we will gather back in this room for the evening program inauguration. And I request you all to please vacate the room because there is a security check that's going to happen while the room is empty. Thank you. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. And if you'd like to join in for the inauguration of the exhibition, that's at 5:30. Thank you so much.
takita dene takita takita dene da takita dene takita takita dene da takita dene takita takita dene da takita dene takita takita da.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening to the honorable dignitaries who have joined us today and to each and every one of our delegates. Welcome to FHRAI 50, India's biggest celebration of hospitality and tourism. This year marks the golden jubilee of FHRAI, the world's third largest association of hospitality business owners. The next 3 days are all about networking, education, and inspiration, and of course, celebration. And with a melodious start like the one we just had, the program can only get more beautiful. In fact, we have an amazing performance later on by the Odisha Dance Company. Let us now have the symbolic lighting of the lamp and throw open the evening's program. I'd like to request the following dignitaries to please proceed towards the lamp for the lighting. Shri Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Jewel Oram, Minister of Tribal Affairs, Shri R.V. Deshpande, Minister for Large and Medium Enterprises and Tourism, Government of Karnataka, Shri Debi Mishra, Industry Minister of Odisha, Shri Ashok Chandra Panda, Odisha Tourism Minister, Mr. T.S. Walia, President FHRAI, Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee, and Mr. Sudesh Podar, President HRAEI and ONGC representative. Gentlemen, I request you to please proceed towards the lamp for the lighting of the same and to inaugurate this evening's program on an auspicious note. I request the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, to please lead us. I request the press to please step back and allow for the lighting of the lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु
auspicious occasion, the lamp is being lit. Thank you, gentlemen. I now request the following dignitaries to please join us on stage. Shri Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister of India. Sir, I request Chief Minister of Odisha, sir, I request you to please join us on stage. Shri Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha. Shri Joel Oram, Minister of Tribal Affairs, Government of Odisha. Shri Devi Mishra, Industry Minister of Odisha. Shri Ashok Chandra Panda, Tourism Minister of Odisha. Shri R.V. Deshpande, Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Tourism, Government of Karnataka. Shri Vinod Zucchi, Secretary Tourism. Mr. T.S. Walia, President, FHRAI. Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee. Mr. Sudesh Podar, President, HRAEI and Treasurer, FHRAI. Mr. Vivek Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Leela Group of Hotels. Mr. K. Shyama Raju, Vice President, FHRAI. Mr. Lav Malhotra, Vice President, FHRAI. And Mr. Bharat Malkani, Vice President, FHRAI. And I request Mr. G.C. Pati, Chief Secretary of Odisha, to please join us on stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this evening and gracing us with your presence. I'd like to welcome Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee, to please welcome the welcome address. I request Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee, to please present the welcome address.
Please request the security to be, and your voice is very slow. People can't hear.
Okay, sir.
तो security को हटाने बोलो.
I request the press to please step back so the audience can actually see what's happening on stage. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I request you to please step back so we can proceed with this evening's program.
Who is distributing to?
Please leave, just step off now, we'll start this program. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I request you to please step back so that the audience may see the dignitaries on stage in the proceedings. I'd like to now welcome Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee, to please present the welcome address. Mr. Ray, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I welcome you all to this Golden Jubilee Annual Convention of Fhrai. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Union Minister for Tribal Affairs Sri Joel Oram, Honorable Union Minister of State for Culture, Tourism, Minister Civil Aviation Dr. Mahesh Sharma, and Honorable Union Minister of State for Skill Development and Parliamentary Affairs Mr. Rajiv Pratap Modi. They'll be joining us very soon. Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Tourism, Government of Karnataka, Sri R.V. Deshpande. Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Government of Odisha, Sri Ashok Chandra Panda. Honorable Minister for Industry, School and Mass Education, Government of Odisha, Sri Devi Prasad Mishra, Chief Secretary of Odisha, Sri Gokulpati, Secretary Tourism, Government of India, Sri Vinod Joshi, Secretary Tourism, Government of India, Sri Ellen Gupta, Government of Odisha, Sri Ellen Gupta, President Fhrai, Sri T.S. Walia, Sri Bharat Balkani, Sri Shyam Raju, Sri Lav Malhotra, Vice President of Fhrai, Sri Vivek Nair, Honorary Secretary Fhrai, Sri Suresh Padar, President of Hotel and Restaurant Association of Eastern India. Esteemed delegates, guests, friends from print and electronic media. I sincerely thank the Fhrai for giving me the opportunity as the organizing committee chairman for his Golden Jubilee annual convention being held for the first time in Odisha with delegates from all over the country. My special thanks to Mr. Walia and his office bearers for this kind gesture. I, on behalf of Fhrai, welcome and thank the Honorable Chief Minister, his government, and the Honorable Tourism Minister of the state for their continuous and proactive support for this convention, starting from the day the proposal was made to hold the convention at Bhubaneswar. The cooperation is unprecedented, from providing infrastructural support to active participation and personal involvement besides substantial financial support. Sir, Fhrai will remain grateful to you and your kind gesture, and I'm sure the delegates from across the country will reciprocate the same. It's a matter of great pride and honor for our state that Fhrai has given the temple city of Bhubaneswar an opportunity to host its Golden Jubilee annual convention. This convention not only symbolizes the aspiration and vision of the hospitality industry, but also provides great learning platform for the delegates to discuss emerging trends, opportunities and related technologies in the industry. Besides this, will also serve as a forum for exchange of knowledge, ideas and opinion. Technical sessions planned for the event have been designed to enlighten the delegates and disseminate knowledge and exchange of innovative ideas. Experts from a wide spectrum of discipline having pertinence to the industry will share their knowledge and enriching experience in the coming session, covering various important aspects, challenges in our industry. We have put up our best effort in the last 6 months for the success of this convention. I must acknowledge the support of our local association like Hotel and Restaurant Association of Odisha, Hotel Association of Puri, and Ganjam District Hotel Association, without whom it would have been difficult for us to hold this grand convention. We have taken all efforts to make this stay of all our guests comfortable and facilitate their visit to Konark, Puri, Gopalpur and Chilika, the nearest tourist destination of national prominence. Elaborate banqueting has been arranged at the Bhubaneswar and Puri. However, we are at the mercy of rain god, and I'm sure we'll have a God's blessing for a rain-free convention, though alternative arrangement also has been made. A heritage walk has been planned on the 27th of September to celebrate the World Tourism Day, which will showcase the folk dance and culture of the state, and I request all the delegates to join the same. Arrangements have been made for the darshan of Lord Jagannath in his Navakalabar on the 27th afternoon, along with a banquet at Puri. Odisha has two commercial resources. One is mineral and the other is a long sea coast and forest with extensive tourism facilities. I request all our delegates to appreciate the potential of our state, which along with all the eastern and northeastern states have tremendous potential of becoming a major tourist hub, and this event will be instrumental in achieving the same. I thank both the state government and the central government for their continued support. I am also thankful to Odisha Tourism, which has partnered with us, and expect them to come up with a policy framework for creating a better infrastructure to help the growth of industry in our sector. Apart from Puri, the serene beaches and places such as Gopalpur in South Odisha, along with Chilika Lake, the largest saltwater lake in Asia, the lush green forest of Shimlipal National Park, a tiger reserve in North Odisha, the famous Bhitarkanika National Park in the eastern part of the state, the second largest mangrove forest in the world, and home to saltwater crocodile, and Konark, the world famous Sun Temple, are the major attraction of the state for domestic as well as international tourists. On this occasion, I also request all the delegates present here to explore the various tourism spots of the state, if not this time, maybe the next time. I place on record my sincere gratitude to all the sponsors, including the Minister of Tourism, Government of India, State of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, along with all the corporate houses especially the oil companies for making this a grand event. My special thanks to Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister for Petroleum, for his continued support. Thank you all once again. I'm sure with the blessing of Lord Jagannath and with all your support, this convention will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. And I request Mr. T.S. Walia, President FHRAI, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Walia.
थोड़ा लाइट जगह चाहिए इधर. Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Union Minister for Tribal Affairs, Shri Joel Oram, Honorable Union Minister for State, Tourism and Civil Aviation and Culture, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, who will be joining in a short while from now, Honorable Union Minister for Skill Development, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudi, will also be joining in a short while from now, Honorable Shri Devi Prasad Mishra, Honorable Minister for Industry and Encouragement for us. Our Chief Guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, coming from a political family highly revered in the state, has championed the cause for a clean and honest government, steering the state on a progressive path of development and self-sufficiency. Besides focusing on economic development, he has successfully championed the cause of tourism in the state by persuading the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to include Puri in the national mission of pilgrimage, rejuvenation and spiritual argument drive, that is Prasad. Honorable Minister for Tourism, Culture and Civil Aviation, Independent Charge, Government of India, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, a doctor by profession, has contributed selflessly to the public service and has truly been inspiration. He has been an outstanding ambassador for India's tourism industry on the global stage and an invaluable mentor and wise counsel for us at home. His gracious support for implementing e-visa, which is now available for 113 countries at 16 international airports, will help the tourism industry to preserve its growth momentum in the face of increasingly turbulent economic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the tourism contributes substantially in the economic growth of our country and now is recognized as a growth multiplier and a vital catalyst for equitable and sustainable socio-economic development. You will agree that a country uniquely endowed with a rich reservoir of pristine natural beauty, vivid culture, diversity, and a peerless historical and spiritual heritage cannot remain satisfied with a mere 7.68 million foreign tourist arrival every year and a very small portion of global market share, less than 1% in tourism, especially when our competing destinations such as Turkey are able to attract 40 million international tourists, Thailand 25 million and Singapore 20 million and so on and so forth. The state of Odisha is blessed with luxuriant forest and wildlife, bountiful coastline, wide range of tribes and a unique cultural heritage and aptly epitomized as the soul of incredible India. The tourism policy of the state advocates a single window clearance system for granting approvals for new tourism projects, which has created a conducive investment climate. We had a investment meet in Delhi where Honorable Minister for Tourism has attended, and we have got tremendous response from there, and I am sure we'll be able to sign some MOUs during these convention days. As you all will agree with me, hotel projects have large gestation period and traditional hotel financing is done by banks at commercial rates, as hotels projects under rupees 200 crores do not qualify for infrastructure status under the RBI list of infrastructure subsectors. This is a great anomaly, as most of the hotel projects in 3 and 4 star category have a project cost far less than 200 crores. A step in reducing this limit will enable the industry to address the acute shortage of hotel rooms. That is 180,000 more rooms are required to cater into middle income tourists. The hospitality industry is burdened with excessive taxes from certain states, levying luxury tax on published tariff and not on the actual tariff. The lopsided reward entitlement under the service export from India has also been reduced from 5% to 3%, and FHRI's recommendation that domestic tourism potential should be exploited and pilgrimage destination should be promoted has been accepted by the government, and the tourism policy document highlights the formation of integrated development of tourist circuits and destinations such as Swadesh Darshan, Prasad, Buddhist circuit, wildlife circuit, spiritual circuit, desert circuits, Ramayana circuits. However, the northeastern region has been neglected as a revival of the Northeast Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy 2007 as desired by the FHRI has not been considered. Issues that FHRI proposed for the National Tourism Policy 2015 are direct tax incentives and RBI, priority sector lending, relaxation of CRZ norms, revising the criteria and reclassifying hotels. Request to the Ministry of Environment and Forest to reconsider their decision to classify hotels in the red category. Development of northeastern region. Our other proposals are rationalization of taxes, reduction of import duty, Food Safety and Standards Act are under active consideration of the government. I am pleased to inform you all that in the long-standing dispute between TV broadcasters and hoteliers, the Telecom Dispute Settlement Appellate Tribunal had directed the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India (TRAI) on March 9, 2015 to issue a fresh order on tariff for commercial subscribers, clarifying that hotels are to be treated as ordinary subscribers. They charge their guests specific sum of money, otherwise if they charge specific sum of money for viewing the TV signal. This significant change has been as a result of tireless efforts that the association had made on your behalf to further the cause of industry. I would like to conclude my remarks by once again expressing gratitude to all the dignitaries, our eminent panel of speakers, friends from the media, and all delegates for their presence and particular participation. As FHRI President, I must also place on record my deep appreciation for the members of our Executive Committee and Convention Organizing Committee for their tireless efforts to make this event a grand success. I wish all of you a pleasant and productive stay in Bhubaneswar. Now for 2 minutes I will tell you why we brought this convention to Bhubaneswar. When I took over as FHRI President, I was thinking that all the conventions we have been doing mostly in the metro cities. So I wanted to make this convention, Golden Jubilee Convention, in Tier 2 city in the Eastern Zone. And Eastern Zone, we first thought that we will do it in Bhubaneswar. So while we were considering to come here for the convention, there was some strain for the 5-star hotels, and there were very less rooms in the 5-star hotels. But when we came to Odisha, when we meet the government officials, when we meet the ministers, when we meet the Honorable Chief Minister, we got so much encouragement that we said, okay, whatever may come, actually the Executive Committee member and our all regional association, they will not stay in the 5-star hotels. We have sacrificed our rights, and we have shifted ourselves to non-5-star hotels, and that is why, we got so much love and affection from Odisha. I am thankful to people of Odisha. I am thankful to the government of Odisha, and Odisha के सब लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार. And Lord Jagannath gave us a blessing which is unique. I will not take your much time, but I will just conclude my speech by saying, तेरे दर पे, तेरी चौगाठ पे आके मालिक, मैं सारा जमाना भूल गया. मेरे दिल को इतनी राहत मिली कि मैं सिर झुका के सिर उठाना भूल गया. I got so much love. Thank you very much. Once again, one more thing. I would like to announce here on this occasion, I wish to announce that a special roadmap research has been done by ICSCI, Indian International Chamber for Service Industry, on the future trends in hospitality, tourism and aviation industry, which would be released in a short while from now when our Union Minister for Tourism, he arrives here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walia. I now request the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, to please address the gathering.
Welcome, sir.
Honorable Union Minister for Tribal Affairs, Shri Jewel Oram, Honorable Union Minister, Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Honorable Union Minister, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajiv Pratap Brody, Honorable Minister, Tourism, Government of Karnataka, Shri R.V. Deshpande, Honorable Minister, Industries, Government of Odisha, Shri Devi Prasad Mishra, Honorable Minister, Tourism, Government of Odisha, Shri Ashok Chandra Panda, Chairman, Organizing Committee, Honorable MLA, Shri Dilip Rai, Chief Secretary, Shri G.C. Pathi, Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, Shri Vinod Zutshi, President FHRAI, Mr. T.S. Walia, other office bearers of FHRAI, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted that the Federation of Hotel and Restaurant Association is organizing its Golden Jubilee celebration in this historic city of Bhubaneswar in partnership with Odisha Tourism. I am given to understand that about 1,000 delegates from all over the country and abroad are participating in this convention. I extend my hearty welcome to all the distinguished guests and delegates to Odisha. As you know, Odisha is a fascinating state with old world charm and modern world glamour. The state has immense tourism potential which needs to be explored. The state is deeply rooted in heritage, culture and history that date back several centuries. Odisha is endowed with the bounties of nature, a long coastline, green and dense forests, rivers and lakes. Odisha has got much to offer. The rich heritage, its grassroots mastery in handicrafts, handlooms, its beaches, forests, monuments, and architectural wonders, and so on. Buddhism in Odisha is as old as the religion itself. It was only after 1986 the major Buddhist sites of Odisha like Lalitgiri, Languri, and Udaygiri have many monuments like stupas, chaityas, and viharas were discovered. The Buddhist sites have a huge potential for promotion of tourism as well as to carry on research activities. The state government will continue its efforts to attract more tourists to these sites. The tourism industry is an excellent employment multiplier. It is reported that Indian hospitality industry is the second largest employer in the country. There are countries whose economies are entirely dependent on tourism. Tourism is capable of becoming the flagship of Odisha's economy. So the state government has taken tourism as a priority sector for economic growth. The Department of Tourism is participating in a series of domestic and overseas tourist events and fairs, organizing road shows to make Odisha a preferred destination. As far as air connectivity is concerned, you must be aware that our Bhubaneswar airport has received international airport status. This will certainly facilitate flow of international travelers and tourists to Odisha. Odisha offers tremendous scope for tourism development. My government will provide all facilities to promote and market Odisha as a preferred destination for tourists.
Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure to welcome on stage Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudy, Union Minister of State of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Welcome, sir. I'd like to now invite Mr. Vivek Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Leela Hotels, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Nair.
Honorable Union Minister of State for Culture and Tourism and Minister of Civil Aviation, Dr. Mahesh Sharma. Honorable Union Minister of State for Skill Development, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudy. Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Tourism, Government of Karnataka, Shri R.V. Deshpande. Honorable Union Minister of Tribal Affairs, Shri Joel Oram. Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of Odisha, Shri Ashok Chandra Panda. Honorable Minister of Industries, School and Mass Education, Government of Odisha, Shri Devi Prasad Mishra. Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Gokul Pati. Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, Shri Vinod Joshi. President, FHRI, T.S. Walia, and all other members, fellow members, and ladies and gentlemen. The 50th official convention, which is a Golden Jubilee year, is indeed a moment of pride at FHRI, which is not only one of the nation's oldest associations, now the third largest hotel and restaurant association in the world. The member list includes more than 2,500 hotels, 1,200 restaurants, 100 allied members, and 4 regional associations across India. FHRI is truly the voice of the hospitality industry, and ever since it was founded in 1955 by the late Fhrai Bhubaneswar Singh Oberoi, it has diligently represented the industry in multifarious issues, making the overall tourism industry the highest employment generator at 9.8% of the total workforce. The total employment generated by the industry, that is hotels, restaurants, civil aviation, railways, up to the transport sector, is 53 million at this point of time. And the target is to double the foreign tourist arrivals from 7 million to 14 million in the next 6 years. But for that, a huge amount of infrastructure is required to be put in. The biggest infrastructural input is hotel accommodation. We have right now only about 120,000 guest rooms in the country. and legislative initiatives that will help put the hospitality industry back on the road to recovery, especially after the post-Lehman crisis and the political scenario that has affected the sector. The theme of this year's convention is Aditi Devo Bhava, meaning guest is God. I would encourage all our fellow hoteliers and restaurateurs to come together so that we can deliberate on various measures at this convention. The next worrying item is the goods and service tax, which is about to be announced. India levies the highest amount of taxes in the world. Our average tax is about 22%, whilst compared with our neighboring countries, it is 0 in Hong Kong and 6 to 8% in Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, etc. So how can we compete with our neighboring destinations if we have levied such high taxes? They include service tax at 14%, VAT, luxury tax, and so forth. So we have put out a fervent plea to the Ministry of Finance so that the GST is restricted to the second slab, that is 8%. And that will make our hotels competitive. And if we have to double our foreign tourist arrivals, we need to make our tariffs attractive for the foreigners to come here. We must compliment Dr. Mahesh Sharma for his personal initiative in making spiritual tourism another circuit in the tourism policy that the government is developing. This again is the area where opportunity will be extensive for new entrepreneurs as well as seasoned hoteliers. In the state of Uttarakhand, Rishikesh and Haridwar will be developed under the spiritual tourism scheme of the Government of India. We are sure with all the initiatives being taken by our present dynamic minister and our Secretary of Tourism, who has had a varied experience in the government of Rajasthan as Tourism Secretary, will see rapid growth in the sector in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. I now request Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Union Minister of State of Culture and Tourism and the Minister of State of Civil Aviation, India, to please release the book titled Roadmap on Tourism and to release the coffee table book on FHRAI. And I request Mr. T.S. Walia, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, Mr. Naveen Suchanti and Mr. Podar to please join the Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir, and thank you, gentlemen. I now request Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Union Minister of State of Culture and Tourism and Minister of State of Civil Aviation, to please address the gathering.
Good evening, namaskar. I can see the faces who has given a new face to the tourism industry of this great country and of course the Odisha. It's a pleasure to share my vision with you, the stalwarts of the tourism industry sitting over here. A warm welcome on my behalf and on behalf of the greatest ambassador of tourism at present, none but your own Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Well, some people may blame him for being the NRI Prime Minister, but I think the great work of taking the masses from India's great rich heritage and culture and taking it to the corners of the world, what amount of great work and great help to this industry has been done. He has always talked, whether from the fortress of the Red Fort or from Briggs or from Madison Square or from New York, always talked of the tourism potential of this great country. And all people who are gathered from all places of the country under banner of FHRAI, I welcome you all, and I need your suggestions that how can we take this tourism industry to the heights and to the potential what our great country deserves. We need your suggestions, and I'm sure the outcome of this great deliberation will be fruitful to the industry people, stakeholders, and to the government of India also. Let there be a win-win situation for them. On dais, my senior fellow colleague, the Minister, Shri Joel Oramji, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudi ji, who has traveled with me today itself, and he also guides me with his rich experience in the field of aviation industry. Shri Desh Pandey ji, I could witness, and I'm sure that Subash ji, but there are so many people sitting over here, Pradeep ji baithe hain from Varanasi. The celebration, what he made Pata at Bangalore, it was a tremendous, that's a beautiful show I have witnessed there. And I think so many people were there at that organization, that function also. This was a great event. Shri Ashok Panda ji, Honorable Minister, Shri Dilip Ray ji, who really inspired me to be here on this occasion. Thankful to you. Shri Vivek Nair ji, Shri Walia ji, our Secretary Shri Jutsi ji, Secretary Odisha, Shri Pati ji. Thanks to all of you. Friends, we believe that tourism cannot be a government job. Every government could be having visionary about taking tourism to the new heights. But it is not possible until unless we have the stakeholders' partnership, a hand-holding from both sides, and taking this industry with the new innovations, with the science and technology, with the suggestions of the partners and the stakeholders. Ours is the industry of the smile. Ours is the industry of the hospitality. We have given a new slogan that we are known for our cleanliness drive, what we have linked it to the Prime Minister's special drive of the cleaning our tourist destinations. We are especially addressing the security issue, and of course for the hospitality we are all known for. Let's use all these three strengths along with a smile to make this industry a happening industry, which is not only a foreign exchange earner, but employment generator too, women empowerment too, youth empowerment too, using all these potentials. The purpose of organizing such events, and with FHRAI being the third largest organization of the world tourism and hotel industry, I'm sure the organizing of this celebration at such a big level, or almost for 3 days, the fruitful outcomes of this deliberations will be towards the betterment of the tourism industry. We at government level, our worthy secretary who has recently joined this ministry is here, and we are here to promise before you that any of the such issues which you feel were neglected or were delayed in any manner, at government level, we assure you that we will not leave any stone unturned to address such issue in a time-framed manner. Shri Vivek Nair ji has been, Walia ji has been instrumental in giving ideas about the economic policy, where we propose that infrastructure status to hotels of ₹200 crores and convention centers of 300 crores, and the limit needs to be reduced. Even we propose it to be done to 25 crores or say 50 crores what the government accepts. Just about a day back only, we have signed that note for the government Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs to address this issue, understanding the potential of this great industry. All other issues also. I need not to give about the data which we all say that we have a target of sharing at least 1% of the world tourism market in next 3 to 5 years. The target is not big. With the aging Sri Subhas Goyal ji, now he will react on that. So the target is not big. Even we can achieve it bit early also. There is no doubt about that. But we have to put our all efforts together. And it's not only that we have to take the whole country together to understand the potential of tourism. When smaller things comes, whether it is of cleanliness, safety, security, or when our tourists visit to places like Taj Mahal and all those things, and when they see that they were being harassed by the local people over there, those who have been selling their hotels or the other general items, I think who can stop that? It remains the job of the governments only. We may say at one time that tourism being a state subject, but we cannot shirk off our responsibility of addressing such issues with our own efforts and taking the common man, the public together through organizing of such conventions. And I wish कि हम सब लोग मिलकर पर्यटन के इस विशेष महत्व को जब तक हम विन विन सिचुएशन के साथ और खास तौर पर हमारी प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री जो बहुत बड़ी संख्या के अंदर जुड़ी हुई है इससे, उन सबको साथ लेकर चलने की बात नहीं सोच सकते। आज हमारे बीच में भारत सरकार के और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के दिल के जो बहुत करीब एक विषय है, कौशल विकास या स्किल डेवलपमेंट मंत्री श्री रूडी जी भी यहां पर उपस्थित हैं। दोस्तों, प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि हम देशवासियों के हाथ में खाली डिग्री देकर, एक सर्टिफिकेट देकर उन्हें देश को आगे नहीं ले जाना चाहते। उनको हुनर से रोजगार तक की जो हमारी योजनाएं हैं, उन विषयों पर कौशल विकास के माध्यम से इस पर्यटन इंडस्ट्री में, चाहे वो ढाबे वाला हो, चाहे वो टूरिस्ट गाइड हो, चाहे वो किसी पकवान की दुकान का वेटर हो, इन सबको मिलाकर जब तक हम साथ नहीं ले सकेंगे, हमारा जो ये सपना है कि वर्ल्ड टूरिज्म मार्केट का 1% कम से कम, पोटेंशियल तो इससे भी ज्यादा है, उसको जब तक हम साथ नहीं लेकर चलेंगे तो कौशल विकास के माध्यम से, अभी मैं बात कर रहा था श्री रूडी जी से कि किस तरह हम अपनी इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोगों को पर्यटन के महत्व और इसके साथ जुड़ी हुई सभी विधाओं के साथ उनको हम ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, बहुत बड़ी संख्या के अंदर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन कर सकते हैं। यह हमारा बहुत बड़ा टारगेट होगा। हो सकता है आज की डेट की होटल इंडस्ट्री, जब आज हमारे पास मात्र सिर्फ लगभग 80,000 क्लासिफाइड होटल्स रूम्स हैं, लेकिन आने वाले समय के अंदर 2016 और 2020 तक हमें लगभग 3 लाख होटल रूम्स की जरूरत होगी अगर हम इसको 1% टूरिज्म शेयर तक ले जाना चाहते हैं। और उस करीबन 1,90,000 या 2 लाख होटल रूम्स की संख्या को बढ़ाने के लिए आज जो हमारी इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी है या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, हम अभी तैयार नहीं हैं। उसमें सरकार क्या कर सकती है, हम चाहेंगे कि आपके सुझाव इस विषय में आए। श्री विवेक जी ने जो कुछ सुझाव हमें दिए, वालिया जी ने, उनको हम सरकार के साथ आगे ले जा रहे हैं। और भी जो विषय आप इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फंक्शन के बाद जो निकलेंगे, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद, मैं आपको ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं भारत सरकार की ओर से कि पर्यटन के इस महत्व को समझते हुए हम इस विषय को आगे ले जाना चाहेंगे और भारत सरकार के स्तर पर भी जो भी विषय शीघ्र अतिशीघ्र जिन पर निर्णय लिए जा सकते हैं, उन पर निर्णय लिए जाएंगे। आज से 2 दिन बाद विश्व पर्यटन दिवस हम मना रहे हैं। आने वाली 27 तारीख को आप लोगों को भी कभी पर्यटन विभाग में आने में दिक्कत होती थी। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि आपके लिए एक जगह पर देश के सारे पर्यटन ऑफिस वहां पर दिल्ली के होंगे। पर्यटन भवन का शिलान्यास आगामी 27 तारीख को 2 दिन बाद दिल्ली के अंदर मंदिर मार्ग पर किया जा रहा है, जो एक भवन होगा जिसमें पर्यटन मंत्रालय के सभी अधिकारी, सभी कर्मचारी उस एक छत के तले उपलब्ध होंगे। साथ ही उसी दिन हमारे देश का एक बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल है मेडिकल टूरिज्म एंड वेलनेस टूरिज्म। इसका भी हम बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा, शायद पोटेंशियल को हम उपयोग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इस पोटेंशियल के लिए एक नेशनल मेडिकल टूरिज्म एंड वेलनेस बोर्ड के गठन की स्थापना की गई है। मेडिकल टूरिज्म जो हमारी एक बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है। आज विश्व के कोने में, यूके में अगर नेशनल हेल्थ स्कीम से हिंदुस्तान के डॉक्टर अगर अपने आप को विड्रा कर लें तो 24 से 48 घंटे के अंदर उनकी सेवाएं कोलैप्स कर जाएंगी। आज हमारे पास मेडिकल टूरिज्म के नाम पर जो देश हैं, थाईलैंड, फिलीपींस, सिंगापुर जैसे देश जो कुछ कर रहे हैं मेडिकल टूरिज्म के माध्यम से, उसका बहुत कुछ गुना पोटेंशियल हमारे पास है। वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हॉस्पिटल्स के रूप में हमारे पास है, वर्ल्ड क्लास डॉक्टर्स हमारे पास हैं। जो वेटिंग समय विदेशों के अंदर हफ्तों से लेकर महीनों तक का है। आज अगर नी ट्रांसप्लांट आप या हार्ट की बाईपास सर्जरी नेशनल हेल्थ स्कीम यूके में कराना चाहेंगे तो शायद 3 महीने से बाद के समय मिलेंगे। आपका ये ताकत है कि आप अगर चाहें तो अगले 24 घंटे में आपके लिए सुविधा का उपयोग किया जा सकता है, उपलब्ध कराई जा सकती है, और वह भी मात्र 1/6 हिस्से प्राइस पर। यानी वी आर ऑलमोस्ट अबाउट 60% less than what the prices the European world has been quoting for this. We can utilize that strength of ours also, and the purpose is to make this in an organized manner. Ministry will not have any role in that. We will like to use the potential of you as a stakeholders and as a partners. Ministry will do the role of only organizing the things in a proper manner, in an organized manner. So we need your suggestions, we need your good wishes that all this tourism industry goes ahead, and what has been our vision with the aviation ministry also with us, there is a lot of potential of connectivity to the different and especially the remote areas of this country. And for this we have especially given instructions to our officers to provide connectivity to Himalayan states and to northeast states, which remains to be an unexplored potential of tourism. I hope that many of you must have visited this Himalayan and northeast states, where special directions has been given to all ministers and officers to visit northeast state and stay there overnight to explore that potential. I'm sure with a win-win situation and a hold-handing and joining you as a partners, the tourism industry of this country will see the new heights which we deserve to be. I compliment the organizers of FHRI, the President Velevek ji, Walia ji, the ministers, and of course you all, the delegates, to have a fruitful days in the next 2 days, and I'm sure we'll share the outcome of this in a big way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I now request Shri Ashok Chandra Panda, Minister Tourism and Culture, Odisha, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hand together for Mr. Panda.
Namaskar. Good evening, everybody. Respected Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik ji, who was with us few minutes back. Honorable Minister Shri Joel Oram ji, Honorable Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Dr. Mahesh Sharma ji, Minister Industries and School and Mass, Devi Prasad Mishra ji, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rodi ji, Minister Skill Development, and Karnataka Minister for Tourism and Heavy Industry, Mr. Deshpande ji, Shri Tejinder Singh Walia ji, President of FHRI, and Chief Secretary Mr. Pati, and other FHRI's zonal presidents, and
other dignitaries on the dais, and and delegates from different parts of the country to this. On behalf of the Odisha Tourism and Government of Odisha, I welcome all of you, all the Atithis we have designated them as our guest, and Atithi Deva Bhubaneswar, which is here. That's why we welcome all of you here in Bhubaneswar. We are immensely happy to have partnered with the Federation of Hotel and Restaurant Association of India, FHRI, for 3 days Golden Jubilee Convention. Odisha, as you know, is bestowed with immense diversities and huge untapped potential for development of hospitality and tourism sector. The nearly 500 kilometers of coastline, rich heritage with architectural marvels, iconic Buddhist heritage sites, rich wildlife, water bodies, and eco-tourism destination, cultural veracity, and wide spectrum of tribal lifestyle all makes for wonderful opportunity for untapped development and growth. Adding to this, almost 80% of the tourist destinations are still virgin, and structured development of these will make them national and international tourist hotspots. You all must be thinking, if there is such a huge potential, why has it remained untapped for so long, and are they really makes for vital investment of development locations? Here comes the role of you and us also, the government. We have been pulling efforts and have already taken several policy initiatives to make it easy for developers, entrepreneurs, of industry investors like you focus on some of the finest destinations which have the potential to be the best in the world. The Odisha Industrial Policy of 2015, and with us is the Industry Minister here of the state, Mr. Deviprasad Misraji, and Odisha Tourism Policy of 2013 are some of the major policy initiatives by the government which have opened up few new opportunities for private investments, development of projects on PPP mode, faster approval of processes, and many benefits for developers. The convention, being the biggest such event to the hospitality and tourism sector of the country, gives us the opportunity to present some of the finest proposals and destinations for all of you and at one place. I am happy that after having an investor meeting for tourism and hospitality at Delhi recently, such development will definitely help us as well as you in this regard. Odisha Tourism will take the opportunity to showcase the tourism products starting from Buddhist heritage, tribal tourism, textile handicrafts, rich wildlife, and the 480 kilometers of the coastlines and many more. I must tell you that the interested investors in tourism and hospitality sector in Odisha, we also showcase the land bank readily available with Odisha Tourism Development Corporation and IDCO, which will facilitate quick development of these projects. Also, I will take this opportunity to urge the the Honorable Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Dr. Mahesh Sarmaji, for single window clearance of tourism and hospitality sector development projects, and also initiate dedicated projects under central government schemes. As he is also looking after the Civil Aviation Ministry, I also urge him to facilitate the direct flight from Bhubaneswar and to heritage city like Varanasi, and as well as to states like Kerala and Goa, which has been a long-standing demand of the state. And moreover, we have been a partner state in these conventions. I always believe that tourism is not only confined to the government sector, it is a joint sector project, and people like you, the delegates, and who are the names in the hotel industries, and you are the icons. I must say, I don't hesitate to say that you can help this state this tiny state in the eastern coast of India to come up on the stage, and particularly, and also I have been always requesting wherever I go that let us drop the outlook to have the Western India or the Southern India thing. We must look beyond East. And northeastern sector, which have been included in the Swadesh Darshan scheme of Government of India, I also request Honorable Minister, let him also give focus to the eastern states, which have lot of basket full of opportunities to offer in the tourism sector. I hope the FHRI will take this opportunity to at least to help this state as well as the investors. I request investors also that we are all out here, myself, my secretary in the department and Government of Odisha under the leadership of Naveen Patnaik ji, we definitely help you. I can assure you that even if you come out with the proposal, I will personally look into that. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Dilip Ray, Chairman, Convention Organizing Committee, to please present a memento to Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Union Minister of State of Culture and Tourism and Minister of State of Civil Aviation Industry. Mr. Ray, I please request you to step forward. Sharma for joining us this evening. I now request Shri R.V. Deshpande, Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Tourism, Government of Karnataka, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Shri R.V. Deshpande, Minister for Large and Medium Enterprises and Tourism, Government of Karnataka. Please put your hands together for Shri Deshpande.
I'm just looking at the names. A lot of friends have left the dais. Mr. Jewel Oram, Union Minister for Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Agarwal, Minister for Industries. Mr. Ashok Chandra Panda, Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture. Mr. Vivek Nair, the President of FHRI, Mr. Walia, Mr. Dilip Ray, our old friend, he is also not on the dais. The Chief Secretary of the Government of Odisha, Mr. Gokul Pati, our very active dynamic tourism secretary, Government of India, Jusi Shamraju, my friend, dignitaries, delegates, friends from print and electronic media. I will be addressing you now without the decision makers not on the stage. However, bureaucrats are there, they will take a note. Friends, it was nice of the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha to have hosted this meet. I think which will go a long way in developing the tourism industry, more so the hotel industry and the restaurants. India has a rich potential as far as the tourism development is concerned. If we compare small countries in this world, like Malaysia, like Singapore, like Thailand, like Dubai, many small countries in Europe, we have to very faithfully admit that we have done very little in tourism and a lot has to be done. Subject to correction, the contribution of Cambodia, I was there 2 years back, 1.5 years back, is more than 16% to the GDP of that small country. So is the case with Malaysia or Thailand. There are countries which depend upon tourism, like Goa today. It depends upon tourism. And hence, Government of India and we all have to join hands together to see that at least tourism industries grows with a much faster rate. Today the contribution from tourism industry to the GDP of the country, subject to correction, should not be more than 6.5%. Just imagine the scope this industry has. Accidentally, I am also the industries minister. I could say that what contribution tourism industry can do to employment generation, that too for the rural people, local people, no other industry can do. We should understand that, which is very important. This honorable skill, Mr. Pratap Singh Rudy is also my friend. There are jobs, not that the country doesn't have jobs. There are jobs. But we don't have the skilled manpower. I have a charitable institute in my constituency through my trust where I give free food, free training, everything. Canara Bank has joined me where our settlement rate for a small vocational duration training is 71%. And hence, tourism, skill development is very important for the creation of human resource and also for development. Many states in the country have reached their saturation as far as the taxation is concerned. I don't think any state has any scope for further taxation. Tourism is one area. If it grows, it has a rich potential. And a tourist, without any hesitation, without knowing the tax rates, happily pays and goes away. So we should understand the potential. For paucity of time, I don't like to deal with many issues. We had recently the PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Mart. Our respected Tourism Secretary was also there. They have encouraged us a lot, Government of India. I thank the Honorable Minister also, Tourism Secretary and his colleagues, where we had more than 1,480 delegates from 61 countries and from India. We are trying to showcase India and also Karnataka. Karnataka has, you name the tourism we have. You name, you tell me what you want. Except that snow which you don't have. Which I can also, if you want, I can create artificially. You take the hotel industry. Yesterday, another jewel was added to the Vivek, to the 5-star hotel industry by Shangri-La Group. They added one. We got inaugurated yesterday evening in Bangalore. Shangri-La, they added one. You take adventure tourism, eco-tourism. The Honorable Minister of Tourism was talking about wellness and medical tourism, today we are the leaders. As far as the coastal tourism is concerned, we have to do a lot. I just discussed with the Honorable Minister of Tourism. I would like to bring to the kind notice of the Honorable Secretary Tourism that a committee constituted under the chairmanship of Dr. Swaminathan, which gave the report for relaxation of the coastal regulations, CIRZ regulations, has yet to see the day of the light. In this connection, committees have been constituted. Government of India has sent those committees. All the coastal states, including Odisha, have given their presentations. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Goa. I recently met the Honorable Minister for Environment Ecology, Mr. Javadekar Saab, and he was kind enough to say that very shortly we will come with the relaxation of this CIRZ regulations. I met the Prime Minister also 3 months back. I requested him also. I would request the Tourism Secretary to take initiative and see that the CIRZ, we have beaches in Bali 40, 50 meters away. I don't say you should compromise on environment ecology. Environment ecology is very important. As far as Karnataka is concerned, we have 320 kilometers of coast. We have more than 80, 90 beaches, but we are not recommended. We are recommended only 44 beaches and 3 or 4 islands. But we want ecology and environment also to be protected. If relaxation in CIRZ, which Government of India also wants, it comes faster, the entire coast of India tourism industry will boost. So I request the Tourism Ministry, Environment Ministry to look into that. The Tourism Ministry is also coming with new national policy. Airports everywhere are not possible. सब जगह एयरपोर्ट नहीं आ सकते. So I was just talking to Honorable Minister of Tourism. Why not he, in the national policy, bring the airstrips as also infrastructure, where the government of India, Tourism Ministry and the state governments will join to develop it. I am sure this will help tourism to go. So I feel that both state governments and the union government have responsibility in this matter. I think this is the 50th Golden Jubilee year of FHRAI. 50th year hai kya Sardarji? And the annual convention is also happening here. Atithi Devo Bhavo, the legacy continues. I think is your slogan. I'm sure with this there should not be any problem for the tourism industry to grow. We have taken some initiatives in Karnataka. We have brought the Tourism Trade Facilitation Act, wherein we will be bringing regulations for the guides, for the homestays, to make them more transparent, more professional. We are trying to train through the universities our guides to know the culture, the language, the arts, crafts of the local areas, and we are training them in foreign languages also. We have taken another initiative by forming an infrastructure corporation wherein we can join the private sector to build tourism infrastructure, tourism projects. Hampi, which is the World Heritage, UNESCO Heritage, I call upon some friends from industry, to hotel industry, to come and see. If you have not seen, you can be my guest. I will show you and try to see if some of you want to start some good hotels in Hampi. Vivek, you can think about it. I'll give you land. Tourism department can develop and do that. So friends, we also come with a new scheme. Corporates also have responsibility. You, my friends, 5-star people, 4-star people also have responsibility to society. We have got a scheme. The biggest concern in this country is the security, most of the women, the cleanliness of tourist destinations. In Karnataka, we have 319 tourist destinations. We are discussing with the Home Ministry, and very shortly, we will come with a scheme of Tourist Mitra, a tourist police, a police in form of a friend, who will be put on major destinations. We are also brought a policy for the corporates. The corporates can adopt about tourist destination under CSR. Because corporates will have to spend minimum 2% from their profits. 7 corporates have already adopted. Coffee Day, Sandur, the Bangalore Chamber, the West Coast Paper, 7 corporates have adopted. So I request the hotel industry also to look at it. So that adoption is also a good concept to keep the tourist destinations clean. The rating agencies, for the first time in the country, Agarwal Sahab, हमने rating agencies appoint किया है 4. First time in the country. They're all professionals who rate the homestays, the restaurants. Because any tourist coming from any part of the world, any part of the country should know before he leaves his destination where I am going, what are the tariffs, and what is the rating of a restaurant or a homestay. This is not there in this country, it should be there. If you go to London, you find out all these things are there. The tourist knows where I go, what I can burden my pocket. So that way, several actions have been taken by the government of Karnataka, Tourism Ministry in this direction. I am sure that the FHRI meet will go a long way in building tourism, the hotel industry, the restaurants, and these startups. I don't know whether you know, my friends. Startup is the home of Karnataka now, Bangalore. Earlier, the startups were restricted to information and technology industry. Today, the startups are in pharma, in defense, in tourism, you name the sector, manufacturing. So we are coming with a new startup policy to encourage these young, talented people. In the PATA meet, for the first time in the history of PATA, we had a technology session where startups came and presented what they could do in tourism. We also had first time in PATA meet, after 38 years they had the investors meet, where we could sign some MOUs for investments. One more, I don't know, but we are facing it in Bangalore, this problem. The star hotels classification. The problem is that everybody has to apply to Chennai to get this certification. I had urged the Tourism Ministry, I just mentioned again to the Honorable Minister, I have requested the Secretary, either you give power to your local officers to do it, or in your new tourism policy, bring rating agencies who can rate these hotels. But ultimately, ease of doing business is very important. Do you all agree or no? You agree? Then you don't speak, nothing you do. You have made me your advocate without paying fees. Ease of doing business should be the best. How much you can harass an investor? How many times you can toss him? So days have gone. After the liberalization came to this country, any investor is free to go anywhere. There are no licenses in the pocket of the ministers or the chief ministers. And hence, we in Karnataka are trying to be the best state as far as ease of doing business is concerned. We are doing our best in that direction. And hence, transparency is very important. Decisions you say yes, say no, but say something. In that direction it will work. I am really thankful that the FHRA was nice to have invited Karnataka, me, to be here on this occasion. I compliment you, congratulate you, and I call upon the investors to invest in Odisha also, and then come to Karnataka also. Don't mistake me. Karnataka, Bangalore has been blessed by God. It is not in my hands. Please land in Mumbai. Please land in Hyderabad. Please land in Delhi. Please land in Chennai. And please land in Bangalore. Tell me which is the air-conditioned city. It's left to you. So the city has been blessed by God. The state has been blessed by God. So I request you to look at Karnataka for investments. And I'm sure those who have invested in Karnataka has made fortunes. So you will also definitely make fortunes if you choose Karnataka. So with this, it's too late now. I don't want to ponder on other issues. I would request the Honorable Tourism Secretary to please note what I have suggested. I already mentioned to the Minister. I will also officially write to him. And with this, I thank the organizers. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka, and Jai Odisha.
Thank you, Sri Deshpande. It is my pleasure to welcome amidst us Mr. S. Patnaik, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, who has also joined us this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, do note that there's a wonderful Odisha Dance Company performance post the formal event, and there's a lovely Sufi program organized for you at the Vatika Lounge later tonight. I'd like to now invite Sri Devi Prasad Mishra, Minister of Industry, School and Mass Education, Odisha, to please address the gathering. Please put your hands together for Sri Mishra.
Samastanku Swagat, Namaskar. Welcome to everybody. Good evening to everybody. Sri Jewel Oram, Honorable Minister, Travel Affairs, Government of India, Sri Ashok Panda, Honorable Minister, Tourism and Culture, Government of Odisha, Mr. Deshpande, my senior colleague from Karnataka, and Sri Dilip Rai, the chairman of the reception committee, organizing committee, Sri Gokul Chandrapati, Chief Secretary of Odisha, Mr. Jutsi, the Union Secretary Tourism, Mr. Walia, अभी एक मजाक किया था उनका साथ जब महेश शर्मा जी रिलीज किया था जो 7 ईयर अनवेलिंग का टाइम में, मैं बोला इतना टाइट क्यों रखा है, वो बोला पैर बड़ा टाइट है। वालिया जी आपका जो प्रेसिडेंट FHRI का, and the distinguished zonal chairmen from different regions present here, and distinguished invitees present here, including our Mr. Gupta, Mr. Goel is here, an old hand in this industry, Mr. Patnaik, and distinguished delegates who are here. On the occasion of the Golden Jubilee celebration, 3-day celebration of Federation of Hotel and Restaurant Association India, the third largest body of hospitality industry in the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here and I welcome you all to the historic city of Bhubaneswar, the capital of Odisha. Tourism is growing and at the same time, the tourism industry is which are the key and integral part, and in hospitality sector, hotel and restaurant is an integral part, and simultaneously we have noticed growth. But comparable with other countries, we may lag behind, but definitely we are marching ahead. In India, in the incredible India, and in Odisha, let me say, Mr. Ashok Panda and Mr. Pati have given some informations, and you, in our road shows, you are aware of it in your Delhi session recently, because Odisha is a small geographical area, but it is having all the potential. It is having the beautiful tribal group, 62 tribes are here. Entire northeast state, the 7 sister state, you have presence of 24 tribes, but here in a small geographical area, you have presence of 62 tribal groups having their distinct culture. Culturally, right from Buddhism, I was talking with Dr. Mahesh Sharma, the Union Minister, that why Odisha is not included in the Buddhist circuit. Because Buddhism, virtually, Mr. Jutsi is here, and Mr. Panda is pursuing it, but we will, again, in association with you people, we can go and jointly present it, so that having the potentiality, because whatever we see in the entire Southeast Asia, right from Cambodia to Indonesia, to Malaysia, to different countries around, from Burma, Myanmar to up to Vietnam, which is earlier we used to call it Champa, the country of Champa, and you have presence of, vibrant presence of the culture of Odisha, the sculptural style of Odisha. So all we are having, all the ingredients of tourism here, we have to add value to it, and the government of Odisha and the private sector, which are integral part of it, they are trying to do. Because Odisha in a nutshell, you can say, because the time is short, you are eager to see the cultural program and listen Sri Jewel Ramji. It is the soul of India, the essence of incredible India. We have in our government, under the leadership of Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, we are actively pursuing the matters, and particularly let me say, you have, Mr. Panda has mentioned and our Chief Secretary has mentioned about the recent tourism policy. And with the tourism policy, the recent industrial policy, it was unveiled just 3 weeks before here in this convention hall, and we have a lot of incentives for the hospitality sector to make it hassle-free, because Odisha is a place, rightly Mr. Deshpande told, that ease of doing business is one of the key areas today. People want, investors want that it should be hassle-free, and we have streamlined the processes
to have a combined application form so that you cannot run for different departments to apply, different offices to apply, and it is decided and really in a single wind platform, and all the different department, line department, right from environment to different department people are there, and they're sitting in one place and giving clear answers. And in tourism industry, as per the new industrial policy, the green sector investment, it is within 15 days, the clearances approval will be given, and it is being given, and in this new policy. And in ease of doing business, Odisha ranked, recently World Bank ranking, Odisha ranked ahead of other industrially progressed states like even Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and we have got the better ranking here. And so we are trying ahead because, very with proper velocity and with a missionary zeal, we want to see that the things are really implemented and hotel and industry, restaurant industry and hospitality sector should grow. We have formed a land bank. In the tourism department, they have a land bank and they have a recommendatory authority in tourism department and Department of Tourism. But here, the single window clearance authority chaired by the Chief Secretary is here, and high level clearance authority chaired by Honorable Chief Minister is there to keep up the thing, and the Development Commissioner is pursuing and monitoring each month the progress of the applications. And we have formed a land bank really, and we have a GIS platform from where you can have access to see that where the land is available and what core infrastructure are really available. And in our recent policy, because the hospitality sector, it is a revenue garner, and it gives lot of employment if investment wise, and self-employment opportunities are generated. So in this sector there is a lot of scope because you have introduced a innovative idea, innovative thing in our new policy, employment rating based incentives. So for the tourism industry should come up and take this opportunity where you can get concessional tariff in electricity and in many things. This is the employment rating and for skill upgradation and for skilling people, because capacity building is one of the great job, challenge. So we are giving per individual support of 3,000 and 2,500 to upgrade the skill and to improve for the new entrant to have acquired the skill. And so skill incentives and other incentives are there, and employment rating incentives are there. And for the land and for the India recently formed SEZ guidelines, for tourism SEZs can come up, and where we can have, it is declared as a third sector, the tourism and hospitality sector, besides other sectors, and in SEZ, the tourism SEZs can come up. Our Samuka is there, and in other areas like Talsaria or new areas, you can create destinations. Hotel and restaurant districts can come up, taking the cultural shops and other things can come up. And in our land bank, you can have access to that, or we are free to make dialogue. And I'm happy that in our daily meeting of FHRI, a lot of people have evinced interest, right from Lemon Tree to the people, hoteliers, who are interested to come, taking the franchises from Marriott and Holiday Inn to come to Odisha. And we can give the required facilitation, IDCO, the land acquisition arm, where you have the land for as an anchor investor. If you have a SEZ or a tourism estate or a destination or a district, you can have the anchor tenant can get the subvention, and we are having a infrastructure fund, and support can be given from that. And to the other investors you bring in, rope in to that platform or that area, you can have the, even if you can, the sublease where the land, the people you are getting, investors you are getting, roping in, they can have that, they can get the mortgage right so that they can get a credit facility and other facilities. So the sublease facility is being given and in which the entrepreneur or the investor can have the right. So this is a very pragmatic step we have taken in formulating our policy. So with all this, I hope, because Mr. Walia is interested to come up with a proposal, he has come up with a proposal of 5-star hotel, and he is asking our, Mr. Pati is here, so we can have it from the Infosys area, 10-12 acre land, he is asking, and earmarked. We can give it if it is a feasible project, and you can apply during your stay here, and we can give you quick, clear answers so that you can put up your hotel. So, for the things to come up, I want active partnership from the FHRI, the local chapter, the chapter of different regions, so that investors can really come, and it will be a win-win situation, and for mutual growth, for growth of this sector, and for the growth of Odisha, contributing to the GSDP of the state, or generating employment or self-employment opportunities. We can have lot of innovative ideas. If you are having, you can implement it. Yes, I support Mr. Deshpande in telling that the government of India should give more support. Deshpande ji, government of India should give the support to develop our airstrips. We are having 19 airstrips in Odisha, and I raised this issue in 2008 while they made the fast aviation policy of India representing my state, in which Mr. Praful Patel and Ambika Soni were there, and Mante Kalwale and others. And we raised this issue, and because the viability gap funding, but because rate of return may not be feasible, to go to the hinterland to develop tourism, because in those hinterlands, besides the potential of tourism, if the trade station can come up, if the trade and other related activities can be grown up, hotel and restaurants can grow, and all these things together, and with tourism parks, the things can come up, like the concept of making mini aerotropolis, where the viability gap funding from center and state, instead of 20-20, the ratio should be made 40% by the center, so that a lot of investment in this sector can come, and really the footfalls can happen in whether domestic footfall or foreign footfall in this beautiful land of Odisha, place of Odisha, or anywhere in India. Hopefully in our national tourism policy, and with appropriate, because the aviation policy, because he is also the aviation minister, the things can come up, and Odisha and other states, emerging states, can get the benefit out of it. Again, I wish you very best in your 3 days deliberation. Today is the inauguration day, and tomorrow is the technical sessions. We will be discussing in threadbare the policies, and where we can have Mr. Gupta is here, and Mr. Samal, and our Secretary Industry can also jointly, they can present whatever the incentives are being given here, and after the technical, I hope the technical deliberation will be fruitful and give new idea to the hotel, restaurant and hospitality industries in general, and hotel and restaurant and related industries associations in particular. Hoping you best wishes for the convention, and I hope we'll have a nice day. And are you enjoying Bhubaneswar? Thank you very much, and please love and tight se pyar karo, as told by Mr. Walia, and hopefully after this convention, lot of investment in this sector will come, and we are ready to facilitate. This is a proactive step we are taking, streamlining the things, and whatever, if suppose any for good investment, if any good proposal comes, we can take it up to the cabinet. CM has given that clearance. More incentives can be given if it is required. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Shri Mishra. I now request Shri Joel Oram, Union Minister of Tribal Affairs, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Oram.
मान्यवर मंत्री उड़ीसा के देवी प्रसाद मिश्र जी, अशोक पंडा जी, कर्नाटक के मान्यवर मंत्री देश पांडे जी, एसोसिएशन के फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट वालिया जी, चेयरमैन दिलीप रे जी, मैं 4 बजे से यहाँ आया हूँ। 4 बजे से ये था तय, और आप लोग भी कुछ लोग 4 बजे से यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। 8 बजने के लिए और 10 मिनट हैं। अंग्रेजी में काफी भाषण आप लोग सुन लिया, मैंने भी लिख के लाया था अंग्रेजी में कुछ भाषण पढ़ दूं, लेकिन मैंने सोचा कि ये आवश्यक नहीं है क्योंकि सब पूर्ति हो गया है, तो कुछ हिंदी में 2-4 शब्द बोल के अपना भाषण में समाप्त कर लूं। ऐसे मैं 5 स्टार होटल में ज्यादा जाता नहीं, स्टार होटल में हम जाता नहीं। मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, इसका 2 भूमिका है। एक तो यूनियन मिनिस्टर हूँ, वो भी दिलीप बाबू का एरिया का। आपका चेयरमैन दिलीप राय जी मेरे पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के आते हैं, पुराने दोस्त हैं, तो वो अगर कोई फंक्शन कर रहा है मैं नहीं आऊँ ये तो ठीक नहीं लगेगा। तो इसलिए मेरा 2 भूमिका है, केंद्र के मंत्री के नाते, और ये अपना घर का फंक्शन ऐसा भी मानता हूँ। मैं 5 स्टार होटल ज्यादा जाता नहीं, क्यों कि वहाँ हम लोग का चॉइस का खाना नहीं मिलता है। आप कोई टेस्टी खाना का ऑर्डर करोगे तो बहुत देर भी होता है, हाफ मील नहीं मिलता है। ये देश में तो इसलिए अभी 5 स्टार में अगर जाता हूं तो क्यों जाता हूं कि कोई टाई वाई बांध के मेरे सामने सार सार बोले, उसको देख के मेरे को आनंद आता है, इसलिए मैं जाता हूं। तो भारतवर्ष का विविधता कितना है आप सोच लीजिए। आप कहीं तो जल्दी हमको मिले, कहीं हमको मिले लेकिन बड़ा एटिकेट्स के साथ, आर्टिकुलेट के साथ, बहुत सारे तौर तरीका के साथ, उसको देख के भी कुछ लोग आनंदित हो जाते हैं। चलिए, इसमें आपका ये फंक्शन क्यों आपने किया, ये मैं बैठ के सोच रहा था कि उड़ीसा में आपने क्यों सिलेक्ट किया। शायद 2 कारण होगा। एक इतना इम्पोर्टेंट 27 तारीख है वर्ल्ड टूरिज्म डे, आप हेरिटेज मार्च भी निकालेंगे। आप इतना बढ़िया इम्पोर्टेंट काम आप उड़ीसा में क्यों कर रहे हैं, ये मैं सोच रहा था। तो इसका 2 कारण हो सकता है। एक तो उड़ीसा का लोग होटल इंडस्ट्री में जितना कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, मैं इसको आपके साथ दावा के साथ बोल रहा हूं, विद गारंटी बोल रहा हूं, उड़ीसा इतना कोई कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं किया है। मैं दिलीप बाबू को नहीं यहाँ तारीफ खाली कर रहा हूं। दिलीप बाबू तो हमारे एक सक्सेसफुल होटलियर हैं, लेकिन मैं इंडिया का ऐसा कोई स्टार होटल नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई उड़िया आदमी नहीं होगा, ये गारंटी के साथ मैं बोल रहा हूं। मैं एक दिन डिस्कस कर रहा था, मेरे को एक फंक्शन में एक
नोएडा में एक फंक्शन में मेरे को बुलाया, तो मैंने देखा कि वो उस इंस्टीट्यूट में टोटल उड़िया, प्रिंसिपल उड़िया, आपका बाकी सब उड़िया। तो उस आदमी को मैंने पूछा कि भाई तो आपको क्या रास आया, इतना पूरे के पूरा उड़िया टीम लगा के रखे हो आप? तो उस आदमी ने मेरे को एक बड़ा चौंकाने वाला बात बोला, आप इसमें बुरा मत मानिए, कुछ स्टेट के बारे में इसमें बोल रहा हूँ, कर्नाटक के देश पांडे जी हैं, उसमें बुरा मत मानिए। बोले सर उड़ीसा के आदमी डिपेंडेबल है, आप उनको विश्वास कर सकते हैं। एक बार अगर आपका साथ दोस्ती हो गया, परिचय हो गया, तो टोटल बिजनेस उनको छोड़ सकते हैं। ये है, आप देख लीजिए, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूं, दवा के साथ बोल रहा हूं। हो सकता है उड़ीसा के लोग, बहुत कम लोग जो सक्सेसफुल हुए होंगे, हमारा दिलीप बाबू उसमें से एक तो निश्चित है, जेके महांती यहाँ बैठे होंगे, बहुत सारे लोग हैं होटल में, हम सक्सेसफुल हैं अपना एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के रूप में। लेकिन हम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के रूप में जितना सक्सेस नहीं है, उससे ज्यादा इस होटल इंडस्ट्री को कंट्रीब्यूट करने में हम लोग सक्सेसफुल है। हमारा व्यवहार, हमारा विश्वसनीयता, ये बाकी स्टेट में वो खोल के बोल दिया, सर हम माने ये उत्तर प्रदेश बिहार के ऊपर में थोड़ा हम विश्वास नहीं कर पाते, इतना ये लोग रहेंगे तो हमको कभी भी कुछ कर सकते हैं, हम डरते हैं उनको। बड़ा तेज रहते हैं लोग, दिमाग में बड़ा तेज, काम करने में बड़ा तेज, ये सब में रहते हैं। लेकिन विश्वास के दृष्टि से, डिपेंडेबल के अगर दृष्टि से विश्वास किया जाए, तो उड़ीसा का लोग के ऊपर में जितना डिपेंडेबल हो सकता है, बाकी में नहीं हो सकता है। ये खोल के वो बोला, ये अपना अनुभव हुआ होगा, इसलिए मैंने शुरू से बोल दिया कि इसका अर्थ नहीं है कि मैं किसी को छोटा बोल रहा हूं बोल के, लेकिन ये अपना बताया। तो इसलिए आप दो हिस्से के रूप में ये दो कारण में होते हैं। एक तो है कि उड़ीसा डिपेंडेबल लोग हैं, कंट्रीब्यूट ज्यादा किए हैं, इस प्रोग्राम के कारण निश्चित हमारा ज्यादा लोग होटल इंडस्ट्री के प्रति आकर्षित होंगे, वो उसमें जाएंगे, ये मैं उम्मीद करता हूं। दूसरा उम्मीद ये है कि उड़ीसा में होटल इंडस्ट्री एक टाइम में क्यों बढ़ा, इसलिए भी बढ़ा कि आपका जम्मू कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट हुआ, या आपका इंक्लूडिंग शिमला, ये एरिया में काफी डिस्टरबेंस रहा, काफी डिस्टरबेंस रहा। उस समय में उड़ीसा पीसफुल था। एक समय में मैंने डाल लेक में 7 दिन रहा, तो डाल लेक का बोट हाउस में 7 दिन बिताने के बाद मैंने वहां का पूछा, मैं आपका पहलगांव में जब जाके बूट पॉलिश करके 5 रुपया दिया एक आदमी को, तो रोने लगा। मैंने बोला क्यों रोया? बोला सर 5-7 साल के बाद ये पहली बार आप लोग सैलानी आए हो और 5 रुपया मेरे को दिया है। ये उसका एक्सपीरियंस था, ये मैंने देखा है। आपका पहलगांव हो, आपका गुलमर्ग हो, इसमें मैंने जाके, हम उसमें उस समय में विधायक था, विधायक के रूप में हमने किया था। तो ये सिचुएशन था, लेकिन आज वो स्थिति नहीं है। आज लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन ऑलमोस्ट इंडिया में कंप्लीट काम होने के लिए आया है, लेकिन फिर भी उड़ीसा टूरिस्ट पोटेंशियल के अगर हिसाब से देखा जाए तो ये सबसे बेस्ट पोटेंशियल है, और इसमें आप बेधड़क इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। हमारा मंत्री महोदय अभी भाषण दिया कि हम सारे, यहाँ चीफ सेक्रेटरी बैठे हुए हैं हमारे गोकुलपति जी, आप हमारे यूनियन के सेक्रेटरी बैठे हैं जुस्टी जी, आप गुप्ता जी बैठे हुए थे, शायद अभी उतर के गए यहाँ का स्टेट का सेक्रेटरी। तो आप यहाँ आ सकते हैं, बाकायदा आ सकते हैं, और यहाँ आपका टूरिस्ट बढ़ सकता है। और आज का जो यहाँ का आपका यहाँ मीटिंग है, ये जो आपका 3 दिन का जो यहाँ प्रोग्राम है, ये निश्चित रूप से उड़ीसा का इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट देगा, ये मैं विश्वास कर सकता हूँ। इसी शब्दों के साथ पुनः एक बार बताया था कि ज्यादा लंबा भाषण देने का आवश्यक नहीं, जो भाषण आपको सुनना था वो आप सुन चुके हैं। ये 2 काउंट में, एक तो आपका यहाँ टूरिस्ट पोटेंशियल है, सरकार ने बोला कि पॉलिसी हम चेंज करेंगे, और यहाँ आपका बहुत बढ़िया व्यक्ति है जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट, कल आपका डिस्कशन होने वाला है, स्किल, अगर स्किल मैन जो अगर चाहेंगे आप, स्किलफुल मैन अगर आप चाहेंगे वो आपको उड़ीसा पूर्ति कर सकता है, उड़ीसा वो सबसे ज्यादा मैन पावर दे सकता है। अभी भी मैं दावा के साथ बोल रहा हूं कि होटल इंडस्ट्री में हम काम करने वाले व्यक्ति में से सबसे ज्यादा हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उसमें हम आगे और बढ़ा सकते हैं। इसी शब्दों के साथ सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया।
Thank you, Shri Arun. Yes, I now request Dr. Gulshan Sharma, Director General of ICSI, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Sharma.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's already too late. The roadmap has already been given to each one of us. It will be put on our website also. You can see it. It has got the integrated approach, what we have got onto tourism, hospitality and aviation. Jutsi साहब को मैं 3 points देना चाहूँगा, which are very important because Secretary Tourism, he has just taken over. He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, within next 5 minutes, how can we increase our business by 10%? That is the dimension we would like to give from the chamber side. With the technological advancement, whatsoever is taking place today, the traditional approach in tourism, hospitality and aviation will not do. Hospitality in isolation cannot get promoted. It has to be a combination of integrated approach where the tourism, hospitality and aviation along with other ministries has to improve and has to develop. Now this is the integrated approach. With the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, on 8th of April, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India had called the special meeting. It was held in Delhi, where Jutsi Saab, it was discussed that let us develop a strategy. What are the niche tourism which are available with the Ministry of Tourism? So these are the recommendations which we would like to discuss. और उसमें हमारे ट्राइबल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर साहब का भी काफी बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है। अटवाल साहब के साथ जब मैं आपको घर पर मिला, चंडीगढ़ पे मिला और हमारी बातचीत हुई, what we wish to share over here, the new areas of tourism which are coming up, the hoteliers can take a benefit of it. Aviation industry is also, we are trying to rope in over there. And the first part which comes over here, I wish to share, is a cinematic tourism. We have handled 45 films last year with the different hoteliers. In 1 year, the location management. It has been done across India at different places. Now what we wish to share over here is the total production which is taking place of the films today in India, 65% films are being shot out of India. And when I share that, what exactly is the reason, how to go by? Singapore Tourism Promotion Board gave 8 crore of rupees to Rakesh Roshan to shoot the Krish 1 movie in Singapore. There was a 13% outbound tourism from India which got increased to Singapore. Kaho na pyar hai, New Zealand nobody was knowing earlier. It was for the first time the country they had put on to. Cinematic tourism under the niche tourism, on the website of the Ministry of Tourism you have got it. Cinematic tourism approach, we started the campaign on 8th of April with the Ministry of Tourism in Delhi. On 8th of May, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India met 154 production houses in Mumbai. And the third part which has to take, that is showcasing entire India together now, where there is a state's participation and Ministry of Tourism taking a lead with the integrated approach of 12 ministries. And cinematic tourism not only will create the direct jobs, but it will create the occupancy also. The whole model has been developed. There's a website which has been developed. It's in the roadmap. You can have a look at that. That is the first recommendation we would like to make. Second recommendation, what we come over here is, which we wish to share. Everybody has talked about the health, wellness and medical tourism, including yoga, meditation and naturopathy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those are above 50 years of age sitting in the August gathering. This evening at 8 minutes past 8 o'clock, if the God appears in this particular beautiful audience and he takes only and he gives one wish to all of us, जो 50 साल से ऊपर के हैं, वो सब ये कहेंगे, खुदा हम दोबारा से 25 साल के कैसे हो सकते हैं? Everybody wants to remain young, everybody wants to walk and talk young, and health tourism is another area where a lot of research we have done. Ministry of Tourism, we have given the complete compendium from what all countries people are coming and what exactly we are offering in the super specialty hospitals and other places. Could you please go to the next slide because I am unable to take it. Okay. This is the second part. Now comes the third part. Education Minister of Odisha is also here. I offered the other day to the Tourism Minister Sahab, Panda Sahab in Delhi. What I wish to share over here, nothing can take place unless the grassroots is being taken care of, and that is, I'm not talking about the youth alone. The people those are teaching tourism, the people those are teaching hospitality, the people those are teaching aviation, they themselves are not motivated to take this as a subject. आप ओडिशा में एक दिन का प्रोग्राम रखिए, जितने भी आपके लोग टीचर्स हैं आज की डेट में, जिनको आप ट्रेनर्स कहते हैं, जो भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, एक दिन का कार्यक्रम उनका रखिए. We will do it free of cost from the chamber. Within one day you will see it, and that has to go on the national level from the Jutsi Sahab. 11वीं और 12वीं के बच्चे are not interested to take in the vocational hospitality and tourism at all. Because there is no awareness. People are not aware of. Children will come afterwards. First, the parents have to be given a basics onto that, and that is something which has to be with the Ministry of HRD, which has to be basically taken care of. And the last, what we come over here, this was All India Tourism Quiz Contest. 3 months on the road, we traveled length and breadth, 6 lakh youth we had covered, and now with the smart cities, we wish to share 98 smart cities which have been taken care of. Please go to the next slide. I am unable to move it. Yeah. The finishing schools are coming up. These are coming up as a part of smart cities. If you see the 11 parameters of smart cities, tourism is not a part of it, which should be the integral part when we are talking about. If tourism is generating employment and tourism, hospitality and aviation is integrated, I think as a part of smart cities, it has to come as a finishing school concept. With the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and along with the other states, the other day we offered to the state government of Odisha also. I discussed with Panda Sahab. There is going to be a global investor summit taking place in Delhi, where 500 potential investors are coming from world over, having a confluence of the investment. It is just a day prior to the Parvasi Bharti Divas. Next Parvasi Bharti Divas is taking place at Gurgaon. It is on 7th, 8th and 9th of January. A curtain raiser to that, we are doing it. We'll give half an hour slot to Odisha, and we'll have one complete session on the strategic investments in hospitality, aviation and tourism industry. And ladies and gentlemen, all of us, I think we should put our hands together for the FHRI 50 years celebration. Mr. Valias, as a captain of this particular ship, I think this wouldn't have been possible. The untiring efforts what they have put in from their federation. Salutation to all of you and to your team, to everybody. And I think as an integrated approach, country as a whole, we are coming for the Ministry of Tourism. India's first tourism song, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके, पग पग में फूल हैं खिले, स्वागत में आपके, आकर तो देखिए मेरे हिंदुस्तान में, यहाँ दिल बिछाए जाते हैं मेहमान की शाम में, आओ के दीप हैं जले, स्वागत में आपके, पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले, स्वागत में आपके. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, gentlemen, for those wonderful presentations and conversations. I'd like to request Mr. Pranav Singh to please felicitate Sri Joel Oram, Minister of Tribal Affairs, Government of Odisha, for his time this evening and valuable insights. Thank you, Mr. Singh. I request Mr. Dilip Agarwal to please present a felicitation to Sri Devi Mishra, Industry Minister of Odisha. I request Mr. Shyama Raju to please present a memento to Sri Devi Mishra, Industry Minister of Tourism of Odisha. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Vinay Malhotra to please present a memento to Sri Ashok Chandra Panda, Tourism Minister of Odisha. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Sudesh Podar to please present a memento Shri R.V. Deshpande, Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Tourism, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Syed Sherwani to please present a memento to Mr. G.C. Prasan, Chief Secretary of Government of Odisha. Thank you, Mr. Sherwani, and I request Mr. Debashish Patnaik to please present a memento to Sri Vinod Zutshi, Secretary, Tourism, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us and sparing time this evening and for offering your valuable insights. I request you to please return to your seats so we can proceed with the cultural program planned for this evening. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful performance called the Amazing Odisha Dance coming up next. This has been especially designed for you for this evening. I request you to remain in your seats so you can enjoy this performance.
May I request the audience to be seated for the wonderful performance by Aruna Mohanty and troupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to remain in your seats for this wonderful performance called Amazing Odisha. We'll just get started in a minute or two as soon as we can clear the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just clearing the stage for an amazing Odisha performance. That's exactly what it's called. This artistic composition of Amazing Odisha engages with a very broad canvas covering numerous episodes of the historic glory and artistic excellence of Odisha, an eastern Indian state. And going by the looks of how the dancers have dressed up and the preparation they've put in, this is going to be a wonderful performance. I request you to take a seat and enjoy. I request the ministers and honorable dignitaries to please take a seat so we can begin this evening's amazing entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take a seat and ensure that your mobile phones are on silent. And I request the ministers and our dignitaries to also please join us in enjoying this wonderful performance. What's coming up is called Amazing Odisha. It is a celebration of life reflected in our folk and classical dance forms, a musical chant to narrate the ever-joyful spirit of Odisha. The dance composition is vast and varied in style. It contains major art forms in Odisha such as Odissi, Godipua, Chau, Sambalpuri, and various traditions of percussions and musical genres. It also has brought together the textile, handicrafts, and artisan cultures of tribal Odisha. Amazing Odisha is a choreographic exposition presenting the hopes and aspirations of millions of Odias. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you to please take a seat. Honorable ministers and dignitaries, do sit back, enjoy this wonderful performance that has been designed especially for tonight. Thank you.
Nestling on its eastern coast along the Bay of Bengal, Odisha gleams like a pearl in the sands of time. A land of timeless beauty and grace, replete with joy and a vibrant spirit. The Odia year begins in the searing heat of summer with the Chandan Jatra. Much as the common folk would run to bathe in the cold waters of the river, the Lord also seeks relief from the heat by going on a boat ride, his body cooled by sandalwood paste.
सखे चारु चंदन चापे विजय श्री मदन मोहन मदन मोहन बैसाखे चारु चंदन बैसाखे चारु चंदन
sits on a swing with Radha. As the swing soars skywards, love reaches new heights of bliss.
Thank you.
When Mother Earth is ripe with the harvest and the oceans of paddy sway madly in the wind, the first cut of fragrant grain is offered to Goddess Lakshmi. A jubilant community sings and dances at the prospect of renewed prosperity.
Journey into the kingdom of Odia tribesmen. In the green hills and deep jungles of interior Odisha, the primitive forest dwellers engaged in long periods of hunting for livelihood and often engaged in war to protect their land. Out of such activities emerged strong and dynamic dance forms in the martial mold.
Chura bandhili chora kathi
Jagannath Sudarsanaha.
In the 10th century Odishan temple, late at night, when the world slept, the Devadasi, wife of God King, danced and sang in praise of the Lord, persuading him to go into deep slumber. The Devadasis, also named Maharis, expressed profound feelings of devotion and sublime spirituality. From this spiritual expression and dedication was born the Mangalacharan, as we know it in today's Odissi dance repertoire. face, a story unfolds through many moods or bhavas.
निर्भया निर्भया देवी सर्वभूतेषु आत्मरूपेण संस्थिता राज्यरूपेण संस्थिता संस्थिता लज्जारूपेण संस्थिता शक्तिरूपेण संस्थिता शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing the Odisha Dance Company, including the very agile and energetic youngsters. A special applause for them, please. And a special thanks to Ms. Aruna Mohanty, who coordinated this beautiful performance. I request Mr. Pranav Singh to please come on stage and present a bouquet to Ms. Mohanty. Ms. Mohanty, I request you to please remain on stage one moment. I request Mr. Singh to please present a bouquet to Ms. Mohanty for organizing such an energetic and beautiful representation of Odisha for all of us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Singh. I'd like to request Mr. J.K. Mohanty to please present the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows the vote of thanks is a wonderful Sufi-themed evening and cocktail dinner over at Vatika Lounge at Mayfair. I'd like to now hand over to Mr. Mohanty to please present the vote of thanks. check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lovely Sufi evening planned, and that is already begun at Vatica Lounge at Mayfair. I request you to please join us there for cocktails and dinner. And tomorrow we'll see you back here at 9:30 for a wonderful day of conversations, interactions, and of course, more celebration. Thank you.